Bassmaster Classic, presented by Under Armour, is underway. This is a day you wait for your entire life. If you're a tournament angler, to qualify for this moment right here that these 56 anglers we're seeing down there at Lake Ray Roberts, here in the Lone Star State of Texas, are about to embark on a 3-day journey that will go by very, very quickly. But at the end of it all, as we just said, will stand the world champion. Took on the world, the best in the world, and won here in 2025. Tommy Sanders here with you as we get started on our full 7 hours of coverage for you on Bassmaster Live. The two favorite guys in the world you want to sit and watch the Classic with are with me here today. Davey Hyde, two-time Classic champion, the 20th year for Mark Zona to cover this event right here. Z, guys, this is an exciting moment. I look forward to this so much, just sitting here with you guys.
Yeah, this is our World Championship. It's always exciting, no doubt. And weather is always a factor when you're a fisherman.
Yeah.
But the weather this week is certainly the story that we will be talking about. The practice was so difficult for these anglers, being able to get around and learn these areas. But the tournament is going to be just as challenging. The conditions changing every day.
Absolutely. One of the things we always say in every Bassmaster Classic that we've covered, the real thrill of the Bassmaster Classic, it gets these guys out of their regular schedule. It makes them uncomfortable. Just the days with the media and stuff like that. Well, you throw a wrench in throughout practice of 30 to 50 mile per hour winds. That truly is the most uncomfortable thing, especially for anglers maybe that don't have a lot of experience here on Ray Roberts.
Yeah, we have the youngest crew ever, I think, for a Bassmaster Classic. A lot of people are saying it could be a first-timer that wins at this. The odds are more in that favor now.
Tommy, I went to the meeting. I think it was on Wednesday. The anglers were there, and I stood in the back of the room, and honestly, it was shocking. The youth that we have in this event. I think Greg Hagney, and he's a couple years younger than me. I think he was like the oldest angler in the room. So many 20, early 30-year-old anglers. Incredible. But they all earned their ticket to be here.
That's right.
They're all great anglers. It's going to be exciting.
Exactly. And one of the, the things for somebody maybe that's not, watching at home, that's not in the area of Fort Worth and Dallas, it's chilly. This time of year, we were on a full moon just a week ago. You think, man, the major wave, it is absolutely coming shallow. But you're looking at water temps really from 52. We've heard all the way up to 62 degrees. Look for, at least on this first day of this Bassmaster Classic, diversity. We have a lot of anglers that we're going to have cameras with that are going to be fishing very shallow, really 3 foot of water and less, and a lot of anglers that have knowledge of what's relative here is offshore, 4 out to about 15 feet of water. I think at least here on day one, we're going to see a lot of different patterns taking place.
Well, great to have you with us here. We are coming to you here from the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. This is the mobile edition right here. We're sort of like it being at the space station here, but we're camped out at a very important place, and we'll get to that a little bit later on. But, every time you come to Texas, once you get out of East Texas, the wind's going to blow. The wind's always going to blow. But this is a different animal this week here, and each and every one of these anglers say, story number one is wind.
Yeah, and here's what's strange about this is you generally get a lot of winds this time of year, but what we have seen really for the last 10 days, it's been historic all the way from here up to the Canadian border, and it's going to build throughout today and tomorrow. And here's one of the things, talking to an angler like Lee Livesey, he said, all of this wind has confined this lake, and it's exposed very, very isolated key areas where Lee Livesey made the comment. He said, it is going to fish so small to where you can be an angler that catches 5 today for 30 pounds, or you could be 30 yards away watching that transpire.
Yeah, absolutely. I think with the wind blowing like it did in practice, it limited the anglers so much on what they could find, what they could locate. We'll see anglers, I think, that will actually start graphing in this event, looking for those isolated rock piles, that sort of thing, because it's been almost impossible to do with the 30, 40, even 50-mile-an-hour winds we've had. That'll be a big, big deal here this week. Which anglers are willing to use their time in the Bassmaster Classic to just go graphing, looking for those fish? It's going to be very interesting. I predict big swings in the weights. The anglers have a good day, a bad day, up and down the leaderboard. I think we'll see a lot of that this week.
And for those anglers that are using forward-facing sonar in this tournament. That's a nightmare. That flag right there, that is a complete nightmare, getting offshore in 4 to 6 foot waves. And really, here's the difference of Ray Roberts to down the road a Lake Fork, is this lake, the bass really key on rock. We have a few anglers that are keying on that shallow milfoil, and they definitely use the timber like they do on Lake Fork, but really not to that extent. What a lot of the anglers said to us after their practices, and this is the biggest challenge in that underwater timber, there are so many trash fish. Finding an area where just largemouth are using.
Yeah, it's a big deal being able to use the electronics you have today and distinguish the fish, the different species. A lot of carp. I was out on the water the official practice day with Lee Livesey, looking at his graphs. A lot of carp in this lake, and they look very similar to our bass.
Yeah, really talking to Trey McKinney, he kind of dialed in what he looks for. We'll talk about that today. We have a camera with Trey. What he looks for, just little characteristics on his sonar to tell him, hey, there's a bass, there's a carp, there's a dogfish.
Well, there's the look at Lake Ray Roberts right there on the Trinity River system. Very, very famous for a number of reservoirs here. And we've got an international crew that's going to play big time here, including our Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year for 2024, Chris Johnston.
You know what? The nerves are not too bad, to be honest, but it's going to be a tough day. I know that going in. If I got 7 bites today, that would be a great day. But if you get 7 bites, I think you're going to get a couple big ones. I think it's easier to catch a fish over 2 pounds, over 2 or 3 pounds here on Ray Roberts than it is a small one. There's not a big population of small bass I'm finding, but it's got some big ones. And like I said, if you get 5 of them in the boat, I think you're gonna have a couple good ones. That's the goal today. We're gonna start on 1 or 2 little sneaky ones. You'll see there when we get there, but hopefully get 2 or 3 in the boat fairly early, take the pressure off. Then we're gonna kind of start dissecting some wood, flipping a jig, and kind of go for a random big bite.
Chris Johnston's going to be one of the favorites no matter where we go, no matter where we have a tournament here. And he touched on something right there. These guys just finished fishing in Florida a couple of weeks, the majority of them with the Elite Series guys, where you have a process of laying down a base, getting yourself a limit of smaller fish. He mentioned those smaller fish are not easy to get. It's going to be a different sort of composition in your live well at the end of the day.
Well, Chris Johnston made the comment, hey, this is a quality, not quantity. He said, I feel like in Ray Roberts, when the bass are born, they're 4 pounds or bigger in this lake. And it's really relative, because he said, man, if I get 6 to 7 bites, I have the opportunity to have 25 to 30 pounds.
Yeah, as a tournament angler, in any tournament, you have that comfort level by just having 1.5 pound, 2 pound bass in a live well. Even though deep down inside you're not going to do very well with 2 pounders in the live well here, a 10-pound limit will do you no good, but mentally it means so much, and that's not going to happen here this week. We're going to have anglers that are sitting midday with 1, 2, 3 fish, and probably should stay where they're at. Will they bail?
All right, another one of the favorites coming into this. Local boy, you might say, Lee Livesey, for a little further east here in Texas, but he has got so many places to catch big ones.
Hey everybody, we're here in the state of Texas, Lake Ray Roberts, about to start day 1 Bassmaster Classic 2025. Man, I'm excited. In my home state on a lake that I love. Spent a lot of time here. It's going to be great. The wind's going to rip a little bit. That's going to throw a little wrench in everybody's game plan probably, but it is what it is. We got to go fishing. We need to catch 5 big ones today. Man, this lake has some giants in it. You don't get a lot of bites. It's a real grindy, real rough lake, but when you catch one, they're usually pretty big. Key today, slow down, fish my strengths, and catch 5 bass. If I catch 5 today, they're going to weigh pretty good, I think, hopefully. Man, we're just going to take it easy. Kind of fish my strengths, power fish shallow, and just see where we end up. Day 1, Lake Ray Roberts, Bassmaster Classic 2025, starting now.
Davey, you spent the last day of practice in the boat with Lee Livesey. What took his temperature there? How's he running right now?
So he's super excited. You've got so many of his friends and family, they're here, a lot of expectation. Lee's had a lot of success here on this lake. He's won hundreds of thousands of dollars, major regional tournaments here, a lot of high expectations. Boat number 56 taken out.
Yes.
The last boat taken out. And he said, hey, this wind, you mentioned it, Z, this wind has really confined a lot of people into the areas where the milfoil is a big factor, these protected areas. where he starts might be so interesting. He might, as a local with so much knowledge, start around 8 or 10 other boats.
Well, we got a lot of other favorites in the field as well. You know, the last 2 times an angler has won back-to-back classics, Texas has been a component in that. Had one of those wins in Texas, and one of those guys might well be, well, our defending Bassmaster Classic champion from 2024, Justin Hamner.
Feeling good. It's my birthday. How could I not be feeling good? I'm ready to go catch some bass. That's the cool thing. Whenever blast off happens, everything else just gone. It's just you and the fish. I'm ready to get just us and the fish. It's gonna be a good day.
This is the 55th edition.
Look at all these crowds.
Spectacle in all of sport fishing, the Bassmaster Classic.
I got an offshore spot.
Bassmaster Classic for
I was worried about being able to fish it. It's gonna be a little bit bumpy, but it ain't gonna be unfishable, so I'm excited about that. It's not far away. We could crack them quick. They might have moved, you never know. March time, they get all over the place, but if they're still there like they were, we can get right quick. Let's do this thing.
He spent a year at the top. It looks like it's just dawned on him the enormity of the thing all over again on this morning.
We were talking to a lot of anglers before this event after 3 days of practice last week, and Justin Hamner said, oh, it's just been really tough, but I got an area that's got about 20 to 30 good ones on it. We are fishing now, getting out to Chris Zaldain live, a big favorite here on Ray Roberts.
Talk to us a little bit more about this fishery and what it means to you.
Yeah, this is again, like, there are a lot of characteristics to this lake that you really have to know and understand, and unfortunately, you know, Bass gave them, you know, 55 other guys 4 days to figure this place out. Mother Nature gave these guys 2 days to figure this place out. So what's taken me 10 years to learn on this pond, you know, these guys only had 2 days to figure it out. And it's just like that chick we used to date, high school or whatever, you know, she's like 5 or 6 on the attractive scale. This lake's kind of ugly. But once you get to know her personality and you got that figured out, she's a 10 out of 10, man. And it is just like big fish freaking haven. I've caught a lot of big fish on this place, 8 to 10 pounders, throwing the big stuff. I know what to look for, that is for sure. Like I said, I haven't fished any of this stuff yet.
Did he just say Ray Roberts is not a 10, but really sweet?
He used a little Mark Zona-like analogies here.
Good, so I'm gonna start cranking a little bit.
I'm not going to touch that.
Yeah.
Maybe a 5 or a 6, but a 10 out of a 10. I don't know.
Got a great
Once that sun
personality.
gets higher, that swim bait really starts to play. Warms up that hard, rocky bottom real nice.
First fish across Bass Track, Will Davis, a 1 pound, 3 ouncer.
All right.
Like I said, quality over quantity.
Well, Chris, the transplant from the state of California has made his home here in the Fort Worth area for a good long time. As he mentioned here, he has taken great pains to learn what happens right here at this particular body of water, Lake Ray Roberts. And watching him go today, and of course he's going to be looking for the big ones, as he always does. Chris Zaldain, one of the ones to watch, one of the hometown favorites, the hometown favorite, as a matter of fact, the man from Fort Worth now.
Boom, shakalaka!
Since joining the Elite Series in 2012, Zaldain has racked up 19 top 10 finishes and 3 runner-up performances in a single season. But when it comes to the Bassmaster Classic, he's still looking for that breakthrough.
To have Chris Zaldain engraved on a trophy, you know, next to names like Kevin Van Dam, Davey Height, Roland Martin, some of the legends of the sport. Thinking about it right now gives me chills. because these opportunities don't come by often. They don't come by easy.
His closest shot at the Classic came in 2019, finishing 5th on the Tennessee River. Now he gets a shot at another World Championship, right in his backyard.
Yeah, baby, yes! Man, my plan has been on paper, literally on paper. I wrote a notebook when this Classic was announced, Lake Ray Roberts here in my hometown. I literally wrote a note on there, several lines long, of what I needed to do to win this thing 9 months ago.
A Classic win in Texas? It would be career-defining. And for Zaldain, it just might be time.
This is an absolute rodeo gun show is what it is, and by the end of the week, it's going to be an absolute gunfight Texas duel.
The Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic, presented by Under Armour, is sponsored by Ranger Boats, by Rapala, and by Yamaha. Little cruise down Trinity River, this big river here in North Texas, drains all the way down to the Gulf of Mexico here. Lots of famous impoundments along the way. The native people who lived here love the Trinity River because the hunting and fishing was good in this area here. We're going to see that backed up today. It's not always easy. I'm sure they would have told you back in the day, and it's not going to be easy today. Let's go to one of our top tier guys for a long, long time. In his 7th year, the Bassmaster Elite Series, won twice last year, Corey Johnston.
I'm to start anyway. Fat little sucker. We'll take him.
This is his 6th Classic, Corey Johnston right now. Made the Classic each and every year. Qualified since he came here from Canada. Actually back in 2021, he finished in 11th place. Here's best finish, of course, Grand Lake. Last year, 6th place for Corey Johnston. He is knocked out the wins on the Bassmaster Elite Series. He's still looking for that progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year. His brother took that this year.
Yeah, and really looking at that map of our anglers that we're covering this morning, and really the
fish
map
around anyway. That's a good thing.
of all of the anglers seems like really the east arm of Ray Roberts getting the most attention this morning.
Man, being at the Classic's pretty excited. I mean, I think my 2nd or 3rd cast I caught one, so you know that's a good start. But we gotta get a whole lot bigger. We're not here to finish 2nd. We want to win this thing. That's a big one. Get out of there. Come on. What is going on? Had me wrapped in a tree. I don't even know if he'll measure. You tricked me. Inches. That's a problem with these things. There's timber everywhere. That one had me wrapped around some timber. Good start though. Couple fish, and then we'll go get some 8-pounders. Yeah.
Take a look at Chris and Corey.
That's good. Any one of these, this is how you catch the big ones in this rock.
Well, you heard it right there. If you have never fished Ray Roberts, listening to Chris Zaldane, Lee Livesey, they said in this tournament it is a 1,000% chance this tournament is going to be won in that isolated rock.
Absolutely. Chris Johnson, looking at his graph there, he showed me a little video from his phone from the final day of practice. It looked exactly like this. He said he was going to start on this fish on the bed.
Oh, boy. Several anglers telling us there was some fish definitely moving up throughout practice.
Not many.
Not
I think
many.
we're going to see many at all, but a few.
Well, we got some anglers on the board here early, and as sure as we told you, there are not many 2-pounders or 1-pounders here.
Well,
They're
what
pretty
happened?
much all 2-pounders
Exactly,
and
Tommy.
1-pounders. That will change during the course of the day. We're going to break away for just a few moments and come right back to Lake Ray Roberts. '25 Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic, the 4th time that this World Championship presented by Under Armour is coming from the Lone Star State of Texas. So much history here in Fort Worth. Fort Worth on the old Chisholm Trail, where they brought all those cattle from South Texas up all the way to the railhead over in Kansas. And this was an important stop along the way. The cattle industry helped build this town, along with the railroads, the school teachers, the hard workers. And Dickey's Arena is where it all culminates here for the Bassmaster Classic. Today's day one weigh-in. Very, very important to have yourself in the game for these 56 anglers of today, but Texas is the theme today, and we've had 3 previous events here. One of them right here on Ray Roberts, also on Lake Conroe, and way back at Texoma, back in the 70s, the late 70s. Hank Parker took that one.
Exactly.
Back down on. There's our anglers.
Whoa,
that were, oh, Such.
Whoa, hey, I don't know where he's at, but
Okay.
I'll do the BFA
Ronnie,
for you,
please
Tommy.
do.
We've
Yes.
got John Garrett with an 8-pounder. There's your Z that we talked about.
Exactly right. Taking a look at Ray Roberts right there. Most of the attention in that east arm of Ray Roberts, looking at about a little bit over 29,000 acres, a hair bigger than Lake Fork. Going to get out on the water right now with an angler. Big time experience here. Got a victory, Lake Fork. 2 victories on Lake Fork just down the road. Lee Livesey live.
We are here, day one Bassmaster Classic, Lake Ray Roberts. Just kind of taking it slow this morning, getting an area I want to fish pretty much most of the day. Starting out just utilizing Humminbird Mega Live 2 just for a minute. Caught a couple big floaters around here in some of these big trees in practice. Just kind of poking around, then I'm going to pick some poles out and go to fishing here in a minute. But day one Classic, man, blessed to be here in the state of Texas, where I was born and raised, with friends and family everywhere, sponsors everywhere. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. We're going to be slow and methodical today. We're going to do a lot of fishing today and just see where we end up. But y'all stay tuned. I'm going to try to catch a bass here in a minute, hopefully. Hopefully sooner than later.
Livesey making the comment, really wanted to come out of the gates early and get comfortable. He was a little itchy scratchy, was worried about a lot of other competitors being in this area.
This week's just crazy. All the media outlets and fans and friends we have around, a lot of logistics with the weather, a lot of logistics with the travel. Just making sure you're staying with your head in the game. It's just a lot, and that's fine with me, you know. I'm never pretty. I just get it done however we have to, and that's kind of how this week's been. You know, I was in the boatyard rigging and messing with stuff until almost midnight last night because we had a long media day. And everything we do here is good for the brand, good for our sponsors, and good for the state of Texas to showcase Lake Ray Roberts, of course. It's a great lake. You don't catch a lot, but they're usually pretty big. Classic week is a different animal, to say the least.
Well, Lee Livesey, of course, as we say, coming in as one of the big favorites here. This is going to be his 5th Classic, and there you can see his best finish was last year over at Grand Lake. He finished, he did not qualify for Ray Roberts back in 2021. He's got that 15th on the Tennessee River, Hartwell 11th, and a good finish at 2020 Lake Guntersville. That one won by Hank Cherry, who came over to win again here.
Yeah, if you look at that and don't keep up with the Bassmaster tournament, the classics and those finishes for Lee Livesey, that's quite impressive. 4 events and his worst finish for 15th there. That's he's done well in these showcase events.
And a dude that knows how to catch big ones. Like on the phone with Lee a day and a half ago, he's like, yeah, I caught a 12-8 in practice. And I went, say that again? I mean, it was 12-8, but it wasn't on one of my key areas, and just moved on.
All right, we're going to slide over here and go fishing. We're just going to troll.
And Davey, when we talk about those 4 classic finishes, it's not just he's a Texas angler. Those 4 different bodies of water, different conditions we saw, but he's just a big-time player, shows up when the lights are the brightest, whether it's on the Elites or the Classic.
Could you imagine Such on a BFA on a 12-8? I'm just hypothetical.
I hope we get to experience that.
Too. Here, so give me a.
Hey, there's more anglers, competitors in this tournament predicting multiple double-digit fish than any Classic I can ever remember, including Toho.
We've only had 2 double-digit bass in Classics, and that was 2006.
Period. Yeah.
Preston Clark's 11-10, and he had just topped Rick Clun, who came in with a 10-10.
Scott Martin on his Humminbird Mega Live here.
I caught a real big one here in practice, but it's good, clean milfoil. It's not dead at all. It's good and green. It's a spawning pocket behind us here. All these shallow trees are all in like 2.5, 3 feet of water. You know that's where they're going to spawn eventually. This just is a textbook spot where I feel like a group of fish could stage up in this little trough right here. Just takes a little time to figure out where they are. You know, are they on the outside edge and the bottom of the drain? Are they up on the lip? It's wind's blowing in here. It's packing them in, I'm sure. Not a lot of fish, you know, but I think if I can find, if I get one bite, I think I can get 2 or 3 bites in the same little zone. That's my instinct on this deal. Here in a little bit, when the water warms up a little bit, we're going to go flipping and start flipping trees and doing our normal thing. But water temperature right now is pretty cold. Chatterbait in the grass is always a good thing to start with on a cold, windy morning.
Talking to Scott Martin before the tournament started, he didn't find a lot in practice, but he said it's not all about finding the fish in pre-practice. It's about 2 things. Mental right here in your brain and in your heart. That's what he said. That's the 2 keys to tournament fishing.
Well, and you really listen to what he said right there. There's a lot of anglers this morning betting on the come, really hoping the warming weather throughout the next 3 days that they're coming shallow. One of those anglers is Jordan Lease. And, man, I'm going to get an area that I think they're coming to that they were not at throughout practice. Scott had a really good analogy last night. Said, I'm going to fish this just like a farm pond and fish everything that's in front of me that's visible. He said, I don't have a lot of offshore stuff like Lee Livesey and a guy like Chris Zaldane.
Good look at his forward-facing live sonar. See, he's fishing vegetation there, and there's a few fish floating around. The big question is, are those bass or carp?
He used the analogy. He said, this is a very grouchy lake. It's like a grouchy neighbor that you like at times, and at times you really don't like at all.
He used something similar to describing it to me. He said, it's like a grumpy old man. This lake is like a grumpy old man. I had to laugh at that.
Not a lot of experience here. Did fish a Toyota Bass Classic years ago.
Certainly as much experience fishing shallow vegetation as anyone in this field, no doubt. Scott Martin fishing his whole life in Florida.
Really looking at his forward-facing sonar right there. That's going to be something I believe we're going to see, especially with one angler later this morning, is that shallow milfoil on here. It's not like, for if you've not fished Ray Roberts, it's not like it grows out to 8-10 feet of water. It's very, very shallow milfoil, kind of 1 to 3 feet of water. Scott said he did have a little bit deeper where it kind of tapered out to 5 feet of water. But Hackney said the inside of that, he said there was a key inside line of that milfoil, about 1.5 to 1.9 feet of water. He said the inside of that is what a lot of these fish are utilizing.
Scott fishing in his third Classic here. Best finish was went top 20 at Hartwell back in 22.
I was out on the water Wednesday with Lee and saw exactly what you just described, Z, and I couldn't help but think about our friend John Cox.
Absolutely.
1.5 foot milfoil. He
yes,
is
knows
someone we better keep an eye on.
What's up.
Scott qualified by winning an Open, the first Open of the year, the St. Croix Bassmaster Open at Lake Okeechobee. Won that, and he was one of the earliest guys to qualify for this Classic.
Time he qualified before we even knew where we were going.
Yeah, right. We're so happy to have you with us, Bassmaster Live, our coverage of the Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic presented by Under Armour. That's the Progressive Insurance Tailgate Party. Powered by, or presented by, powered and presented by Lippert. And we've got a great, that'll be popping off a little bit later on today. It's a little chilly here this morning. We got Davey and Z here. I'm Tommy Sanders. Such and Ronnie are with us too, so no worries. We'll hear from everyone today.
I think that's the story, is actually Ron wearing a T-shirt right now. Listen, if you're not in North Texas right now, dude, it is cold out this morning.
It's chilly. 40 degrees, I think, when we strode out here this morning. But, hey, we're up for it. The anglers are up for it. Everyone in this field thinks they have a chance to win this thing at this point in the proceedings, and we're with them all the way, each and every one of them. So, Ronnie, you got something for us?
Yeah, I will say, hey, maybe Z, the last time we were here, it was over 100 degrees, and so I think I just was in that train of thought and packed nothing but short sleeves, guys. But we're here at the Yokohama Tire Screen of Knowledge for the Bassmaster Classic, and we've talked about it, how big the fish grow at Ray Roberts. Not a lot of fish, but giants. So the possibility an angler maybe wins the Classic, Davey, Z, with less than 15 fish is a possibility, and there are some other records that could fall. Classic records that have been mentioned this week, the biggest bass that could fall, Preston Clark caught an 11-10 in 2006 at Toho. That was one of the 2 double digits that Such mentioned in the Classic. The biggest single-day limit for an angler, 32.3 at Gunnersville by Paul Mueller in 2014. And the total weight, heaviest Classic in the 5-fish limit era, Kevin Van Dam, 2011, 69.11, just under 70 pounds. I believe that was at Catawatchee. So biggest bass, biggest limit, and the biggest total weight are all up for grabs this week. We will maybe see somebody catch 30 pounds, and then Davey maybe drop down to 12, and then maybe another 25 the next day. It just depends on the style they're fishing. But this week, it could be volatile, but we could see the biggest of bigs when it comes to fish, weight, and limits when it comes to the Bassmaster Classic. So I look forward to that.
How many of those records do you think will be broken? Those 3 bigs that you mentioned.
I think the biggest limit, and in the order, biggest limit, biggest bass, total weight. I don't know if we'll break 70 because it is just so difficult to stay consistent here.
I heard people say they could break the total weight record without 15 fish. you know, which we never would have thought that most of the places we go.
And one of the things looking at that map of where the anglers are kind of spread out, this lake lays a lot like Lake Fork in a V, a west arm and an east arm. And we talked about this. You were on the water yesterday and really looking at the tournament, you know, in 21. Here's the best way to describe it if you've not been on this lake. The West Branch, the less timber, easier to get around, and talking to a lot of the anglers, the locals, not as many fish, a little bit lower population, but a lot easier to navigate. In the East Branch, where the majority of our attention is this morning, really about 80% of the field fishing in that east arm, a lot of creeks in there. You look at Lick, Wolf, Indian, harder to get around, harder to navigate, but a lot of the anglers saying a much bigger population in that east arm.
Yeah, there's several reasons, in my opinion, for that. And number one is the milfoil, the water quality and the milfoil that's available there in that east arm this time of the year. You know, the lake's about 2 to 3 feet lower than when we were here in 21. You saw a lot of those anglers. You know, you remember Matt Airy and Hank Cherry starting out fishing willow trees and those bushes. All that stuff you can see looking at the picture here. The standing timber's out in the water, obviously, but that shallow water cover is high and dry right now. But they have the vegetation, especially in this east arm.
And one of the things that amazes me, as big as these winds have been for the last 10 days, with all the rock in this lake stays clean. It's not like it blows out like other Texas lakes. And if you look at how these anglers are fishing, I know we got a lot of viewers from the state of Texas. It fishes like choke.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Just
We've
really,
been there.
Yeah, but many times, but isolated little subtle areas of rock, a lot like falcon and choke.
The big thing, in my opinion, and Chris Zaldain mentioned this, Mother Nature has not let a lot of these anglers go search for those a lot of it's foundations, little small areas within the foundations that hold these fish. We'll see if those foundations come into play. Today, it absolutely will by Sunday afternoon, but we'll see if some anglers capitalize on that today.
All right, we got 56 anglers out here early on day number 1. Their job at the end of the day, by tomorrow, they got to be in the top 25 if they want a shot at the championship at the end. And each and every one of them, to a man, will tell you, especially at the Classic, it takes a whole lot of mental toughness.
It's kind of a crazy experience because if I get in my head and I'm like, I get to wonder and I get negative and stuff like that.
Thousands of thoughts running through your head of where I should go, what I should do, and you're just trying to predict what another living creature what they're going to do.
The Bassmaster Classic isn't just about technique. It's about mental strength.
You know, probably one thing that's helped me, I don't listen to Doc talk very much, but they all wanted to talk this week, and I was around a bunch of different anglers practicing, and honestly, they were showing signs of weakness, and I feed off of that. Like, one of the greatest things that helps me is when I hear they're struggling. I like when they're struggling. Like, mentally, that makes me feel.
The Classic is a test of skill, endurance, and the ability to go the distance.
You know, you have to be confident in what you're doing. You have to be confident in your equipment.
I think confidence is everything in sports, in bass fishing.
That's what it's all about, is keeping your emotions in check. And here's the other thing is, I don't know what the score is. I don't know what the other anglers are doing. The only thing I can control is what I'm doing, the cast I make, the lures I'm using, the areas I'm fishing. The only one in control of that is me.
Let's hear it! The Bassmaster Classic, an angler's ultimate test of the best. And Justin Hamner? Well, he's already proven he belongs. The reigning world champion.
Just seeing how much it changed our lives, and I couldn't imagine what another one would do, but, you know, the personal, side is, I want to win everything for my own, but just the stability and support is provided for my family. It's been life-changing.
Winning once? That's hard. Winning twice? That's legendary. And Justin Hamner? He's not backing down. This week on Lake Ray Roberts, it's a stacked field, and a returning champion is ready to defend his crown. The champ is here, and all he wants is to win it all, again.
Well, it's been done, and the state of Texas has played a part in that in the two most recent back-to-back wins. Justin Hamner out here at the high hopes for this week. It's early on day number 1, but our own Robbie Floyd is, as usual, doing great work out on the water, and he caught up with Justin Hamner a little early.
Alabama's Justin Hamner, defending champion. Boy, you waited your whole life for that, and now it's happened. How has your life changed this past year?
I got some new tennis shoes, so that was pretty big.
Shut up. It's been way bigger than that. Hadn't it? The media draw, all the people. I mean, there's a lot of people looking at you right now. All eyes are on you, and it's your birthday, and you're at the Classic once again.
And we're about to go catch 30 pounds.
Does it feel like that? Was practice that good for you?
No, it wasn't that good, but, you know, it's Texas. There's big ones here. It's March. It just feels good.
Okay, last time we saw you was at the Classic jerkbait. You know it's probably going to play a factor here on many of these guys. Is that going to be something you're going to be keying in on?
Oh, you know it. If there's a jerkbait bite, I'm going to find it. So I've definitely caught a few fish on that. It's been some big ones, too. So we might not get as many bites, but we're going to get some good ones.
As far as areas for you, you're going to have a camera in your boat all day today. What are we going to be looking out for with Justin Hamner?
It's going to be a little bit of everything. I have some stuff offshore. This wind is going to make it a little difficult, but hopefully we can get off to a quick start offshore, and then we're going to hit the bank and try to stay protected.
We'll be with you all day. Justin Hamner, defending champion of the Bassmaster Classic, looking to make it 2 for 2 here on his birthday.
Justin Hamner, a guy may be born for the Classic here. It's only his 3rd Classic here, but he's got a win and a 4th place. That's pretty strong. Definitely don't want to take our eyes off the young man from Northport, Alabama.
Pretty much flooded timber and rock. Said he did have one area that he got to look at on his forward-facing sonar, about 20 to 30 good ones. And he said if he could get that to fire, boy, it'd be nice to have about 30 pounds in the live well first day of the Classic.
One of the few anglers that I talked with that said, hey, I've got a spot. If it happens early, I could have that 25 to 30 pounds. This lake is changing so much when that wind blows as hard as it does and changes directions like it has the last few days, like north, south, east, west. It's gone the full 360 degrees the direction of that wind. And the anglers were not on the water yesterday. Obviously, it was a beautiful day, light and variable winds. But those fish move around. There's current created by 40-mile-an-hour winds.
Really? Wind gassing yesterday, not as bad, 10 to 15 miles per hour out of the north. Totally switching today and tomorrow, coming out of the south, looking at 40 miles per hour potentially later today and tomorrow afternoon.
Dave, you see, I had some anglers say the wind is keeping some shallow areas from warming up. We've had good sunshine.
Yeah, you know,
well, I'm going to also go with the air temperature right now, too.
Yeah,
it's a little bit of that.
Certainly, the last 2 nights, that's had something to do with it. But it blows that surface water over to another shoreline, and then it just, you know, levels itself. But it's just blowing where that sunshine warms that surface of the water. It blows it right out of there.
I also asked about that when we were on the water because you see some varying temps. You go out one day it's 54, 55, maybe it drops back in areas. But Zaldane was saying it mixed in some areas where it actually kind of helps those shallow fish because it's not just the top foot or two. It's now 5 feet deep is the similar water temp as it was on the surface yesterday.
Let's get out to Chris Johnston. Chris and his brother Corey both qualified for this Classic.
Keeper. To start.
Oh.
Stupid. Should have had them.
When you're only getting 6 to 8 bites a day, not good for. And boy, I would have lost money if the first 3 hook sets of this tournament were going to be on a spinning rod.
Yeah, and if you haven't watched the Johnson brothers a lot, certainly they're great with a spinning rod in their hand, a lot of smallmouth bass, but they love to power fish. They love to power fish.
Solid 3.5 pounder right there for Chris Johnston. Not the way to start the first day of the Bassmaster Classic.
These anglers will be out here till 2 this afternoon. That's check-in time. 2 local time, 3 Eastern. Got John Garrett on top of that leaderboard. No, looks like it's changed now. We got a new leader.
When they started saying these small targets offshore, not deep though, 5 to 10, it felt like a Jordan Lee, John Garrett, and obviously a Lee Livesey and Chris Zaldain knowing those spots. But that style of fishing where you maybe drag a Carolina rig or something, but it's not deep.
Look at that. For Chris Johnston, said he definitely has isolated wood, very shallow, that he'll hit later in the day as the sun gets up. And this right here, he said really anything before 10 o'clock would be a bonus for him.
He had his hand right there and pulled back.
And that is an angler you do not see lose a lot of fish ever on camera.
Yeah, Tommy, with 3 fish, Hunter Shryock has tied John Garrett's 1 8-pound fish.
Greg Hackney.
Yeah, Greg Hackney doing exactly what you would think, really fishing from 3 foot of water and less, and had a big practice.
Oh, I couldn't catch up with him. Golly, it was a good one. I don't think it was a giant, but I think it was a big one. Dang it, I could not catch up with him. Dang it. I mean, cut the line when I got it. I set the hook, I don't know. I don't know.
Looks like he was hung there for a second.
I know we're around them, so I just, and that's what's funny, because I'm like, maybe they're not biting, they're not biting that, and then he just freaking cut the line.
Hackney with 1 almost 10 pounds in practice last weekend.
Looks like he's throwing a vibrating jig.
Vibrating jig. Pretty much all reaction baits throughout practice.
Me. Yeah, fish was almost too aggressive. I've not really had many of them like that, especially in the morning. Typically they're kind of load up on the bait. That one was, it's funny, I haven't had a bite thinking they weren't very aggressive, and then when I get one, it tries to take the rod out of my hands. I do think it was a good sized fish. I don't think it was a giant, but the big ones don't seem to move quite that fast.
A second fish for Easton Fothergill, a 6'4". He's got the lead with 9 pounds, 4
ounces. What mood they were in, I mean, instant. Yeah, instant.
I mean, he got stuck, you know, but like I said, I already felt like we had fished, you know, a couple little deals where there were some setting that didn't bite too, so.
Greg Hackney fishing in his 19th Classic. He got 18 under his belt in the Classic. The only thing he lacks, having the perfect trophy case there at the house. Maybe this could be the year. Let's get back to a young man with fewer years under his belt, to be sure, but certainly has made a big splash in the world of bass fishing. Trey McKinney. No keepers yet, but he's hooked up.
Look at that, I just replaced that hook that I broke and I caught it on the hook that broke. So, it's not a bad one for the start.
Got fish here for you.
There you go. I'll take it, 3-pounder. Could have been smaller.
Well, Trey McKinney made his big splash here in the state of Texas, becoming the youngest Elite Series winner on Lake Fork. Will he be the youngest Classic winner?
There she is. You get in this boat. You get in this boat. Woo! Gosh!
One for the ages. That's how Trey McKinney's win at Lake Fork was described. At just 19, he became the youngest angler ever to win a Bassmaster Elite Series event. And now he's Texas-bound once again, this time for the biggest prize in professional bass fishing, the Bassmaster Classic.
Did we just do it?
The youngest Elite Series champion in history.
And there's history on the line. If McKinney wins, he won't just take home bass fishing's ultimate trophy. He'll become the youngest Bassmaster Classic champion ever, breaking a 44-year-old record held by Stanley Mitchell, who won at 21 years of age in 1981.
That would be a absolute special goal. Like, you think about it, for 44 years, you know, that's a long time. And that would be pretty special to be able to even, you know, slip through that and maybe even break it this time around. You know, that's a big goal. I mean, you know, we're talking about odds. You know, 1 in 50 is a lot better than 1 in 100. So, you know, it is the Classic, and you never know what can happen.
Welcome back to the World Championships, the Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic, presented by Under Armour. Our live coverage made possible by Humminbird today. Much appreciate that. Some beautiful shots of this lake and perhaps calmer times earlier in the week. That might have been early in the morning before the wind started to get up. Still hasn't gotten just out of control yet. These guys, they know what they got to do in 3 days. And they got to follow the rules as well, so why don't we let the anglers themselves lay out the rules for you.
Howdy, I'm Chris Zaldane.
Hi, I'm Greg Hackney.
I'm Scott Martin.
I'm Justin Hamner.
I'm Trey McKinney.
Lee Livesey.
Jordan Lee.
Corey Johnston. I'm Chris Johnston.
These are the rules of our game.
Boom shakalaka!
56 of the world's best anglers compete
in the 2025
Bassmaster Classic,
presented by Under Armour.
Yes!
Come on. Let's go.
It's 3 days of competition.
3. On Lake Ray Roberts in Texas.
That is the Bassmasters Classic, baby.
It's a catch and release tournament.
You're allowed to keep 5 bass each day.
Biggin, stay on there. Stay on there.
Come here, girl.
Day 2 is elimination day. Bye-bye.
Sayonara. The top 25 will qualify to fish
The 3rd and final round.
Are you ready?
The angler with the heaviest weight will be your 2025
Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic World Champion.
That's your pathway rules-wise to get to the World Championship here. We take a look at Lake Ray Roberts there and take a look also at our TH Marine Weather Watch.
Ooh.
Supposed to get up to 76.
We're
it's
hoping.
not quite there yet today.
I don't know if it's 53 degrees
I
yet.
don't know that it is.
No, it is not 53 degrees yet. But 20 miles an hour supposed to be the top winds. Maybe some occasional gusts, but not that sustained 30-plus kind of stuff that we have been seeing all week. And as you guys pointed out, they've got to practice in each kind of wind direction, so at least they got that going.
We're about an hour away from Ray Roberts, and there has been some gusts that have been, they've been 25 to 30 this morning. We've not seen anything all the way up to 40 miles per hour, but maybe we will later today. Going to get back out on the water right now and really get with our guy, Robbie Floyd, here on day number 1.
Yeah, we're going to go online with Robbie Floyd. He's out there as usual. And Robbie, where are you now, and who have you got your eyes on?
Well, you know, we start off the Classic, and our top guys, we have their own boats. They're on their boats. I get to pick I'm sitting here myself, so sorry, I've got a lot coming through my ears. One thing is Ben Milliken. Why wouldn't you go and follow Ben Milliken on the first day of the Classic? And unfortunately, he hasn't got anything right now, but between Zona and myself, we said, yep, that's the guy we've got to follow. Haven't even had any hits. I'm kind of surprised. And I asked Ben, I said, you got any strikes? And no, nothing really. But he said the weather is different. 2 degrees cooler the water temperature is than it was the other day, which is a little surprising because it is starting to warm up here, but maybe that little bit of difference has changed things for him.
Robbie, real quick, one of the things we talked about early that Ray Roberts was going to fish small this time around. Are you seeing clusters of boats, or are they a little more spread out here early this morning?
No, I went up, towards Wolf Creek, and there's not many people. There's actually a boat. Let me see if Jeff, our cameraman, can sit down a little bit. There's a boat left. Maybe you can help identify. I didn't want to go over and ask who it is. There's another boat that's not too far from Ben, and it doesn't look like it has a full wrap, so I'm not sure if it's a local, but it looks like he's got an observer in his boat. So if you can identify who it is, I can find out if he's got fish.
Robbie, you live in the area here. Give us some idea of the sort of pressure this lake gets day in and day out, 365 days a year.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fair amount. I mean, honestly, the guys, I live at Lake Louisville. This lake feeds into Lake Louisville. The guys that I know that come up here to crappie fish, to be honest with you. And there's a lot of bass fishermen, but Louisville's kind of been on fire. And I talked to one of the anglers in the field, and again, this feeds that lake. But I haven't heard any guys talking about how good the bass fishing is on Ray Roberts yet. That could all change this week because we're already seeing, 8s, 6s caught. We've seen double digits caught under Celebrity Pro-Am. So there are big fish here. Back in the day when they impounded it, like in the late 90s or late 80s, early 90s, this was the next fork. And it was for a little bit, and it just didn't stay that way for the rest of the time. But I promise you, there's big fish in here. We could see a 30-pound bag today, even with these tough conditions.
Robbie, depth, water temp right now for everybody on Bassmaster Live.
I did not pull it on. I know it's pretty skinny because I was hitting the bottom just a moment ago. Water temp was 52.5.
Beautiful.
I was hearing 57s on other lakes and in here earlier in the week. So 52.5. If it did drop down 2 or 3 degrees just in the past day or two, that could change things. But it's going to get warmer. It's going to get better.
Stay on Milliken. Stay on Milliken.
Thank you, Robbie. Great job. As always, we'll be with Robbie. Leaning on him all through this Classic, all 3 days of
killing
it right there.
Always killing it.
Always killing it.
Got a big fish from Curia Fujita, a 6-pounder.
Okay.
And Connor Jacob, our 24-year-old Bass Nation angler from Auburn, Alabama, moves up to second place. His 3rd fish was a 4-pounder. He's right behind Fothergill.
Right. Got some strong Nation anglers in the field here. Got some who qualified from the St. Croix Bassmaster Opens. A bunch of them, as a matter of fact.
There's one for real. There's one.
Scott Martin.
Yes! Woo! Woo! That feels good, baby. Oh my gosh. Woo! I know that's silly, but guys, it's been a crazy practice. And all you want to do is walk across that stage of the Bassmaster Classic with a nice fish in your hand. You choked it. Maybe they've moved up this way. We've taken our time through here. Oh, that felt good. Thank you, Jesus. You know, I got hung. It's crazy how things work out. I was about to go that way. I got hung here and I came here. I said, let me just fish up a little shallower. Wow. Thank you, Jesus. Beautiful fish right there. Lake Ray Roberts 2025 Bassmaster Classic, guys. Does not get any better than that. Woo!
Scott's been around a long time, a lot of great accomplishments. That shows you what a big deal this is to every one of these anglers. It's the Bassmaster Classic.
Little deviation there.
Good fish right there for Scott Martin. Bladed jig. Very shallow. We talked about it about a half hour ago. A lot of these anglers hoping there is a push shallow as we should warm up through the weekend. Good start for Scott Martin right there. Fair to say that fish got it too.
Oh yeah, I'd say. And he started in a ditch, a drain. You hear a lot. I mean, to me, Ray Roberts is similar to a smaller Rayburn. Had a lot of the same characteristics. Right. These drains, very similar to Rayburn, but smaller. And that's what Scott started in, but now he's up shallower.
Again, there's a drain right here with some deeper grass and spawning stuff around it. And I've just been kind of picking this apart, real slow, methodical. Caught that fish up there, kind of where I think they're going to start spawning, so that kind of clued me in. Maybe they're a little shallower. Boy, it felt good though. Finally catch one. You know, this was such a crazy practice. You didn't get a lot done with the wind and didn't get a lot of bites. You know, you sit out here for the first hour and you not catch much, and you start thinking like, oh my gosh, what do I need to do, you know? I figure if I can generate a bite every hour and a half, I'm good. I've got several other areas to kind of mess around with, but it felt good. That's a nice fish. And if you get 5 like that, you put yourself in a nice spot.
Well, you can listen to that audio and get a feel for how it is absolutely howling out there. We don't hear that sort of thing very often, but these guys are the best in the business, and they have all faced these conditions before. And we come expecting them to perform.
Yeah, and Scott said, as big as the wind has been, really the wind pushing in to the area that Scott Martin is fishing, said he's going to stay in that wind majority of the day. And he said, I was amazed through practice that these areas do not blow out like other lakes in Texas.
A lot of sand and rock.
Right.
Not as much red clay.
Right.
I think we're going to go back down. Yeah, Lawrence Bird's Eye View is going to pick up Trey McKinney.
This is more like what I thought we would see. You see, obviously there's a spectator or two there, but there's 2 or 3 tournament anglers within 100 yards of one another.
Would you have thought 52-degree water the end of March?
That's a little surprising,
bit.
but not big, because that north wind. I mean, we had strong north winds for leading up to this. Here's the big thing today, though. The wind has switched out of the south. It's still cold, so that's not really helping things. But as those temperatures get up 60, 70, 80 degrees, and that wind out of the south, it's going to warm these places up big time in the next 2 days.
Boy, there's been from north to east Texas, there's been some brutal fronts the last 50 days.
We've had a colder winter this past season, this past year. Still winter technically. Got another day or so.
Last day.
Last day
today. Yeah.
So let's not get ahead of ourselves. It's not May, but a little surprising, I think a lot of folks thought that it was going to be the major spawn going on. I didn't think that. I mean, we are North Texas.
I was hopeful.
Yeah, sure. Along with, let's say, Drew Benton, Drew Cook, Corey Johnson, Chris. Yeah, we could go on and on.
Getting a more stable picture from our Lowrance bird's eye view than I figured we would get on this day. So we got some good hands on that camera. They cut a lot of timber to build this lake, but they left a lot of timber as well. And that is certainly a good way to characterize this place.
Tommy Will Davis with his 5th fish. He is leading with 9.5 pounds about it.
Well, there have been some changes up on top of the leaderboard here in just the last couple of minutes. Just a little early on here on this Bassmaster Classic. But Will Davis Jr. of Alabama, the man sitting on top right now, ahead of Easton Fothergill, who jumped up there into that lead not too long ago. Connor Jacob, Drew Benton up there, one of the favorites coming in here. John Garrett, the first man to get a big one on the board, and then Hunter Shryock came back and got with him. So we are going to keep after it here.
This is the Bassmaster Classic. Every big fish could change your life forever. So there is so much pressure out here, and just every cast counts. Checking your knot every cast. If you hit a tree, checking your line to make sure when you get a chance at one of these 7-8 pounders, you get it in the boat, because you're not going to get many opportunities, and you don't know how many chances you're going to have to fish the Bassmaster Classic. So everything is important, and the pressure is 10 times what a normal event is at the Bassmaster Classic.
The 2025 Bassmaster Classic is here, and it's set on iconic Lake Ray Roberts in Fort Worth, Texas. For 3 Texas anglers, this year's event is a chance to showcase their skills on home turf. First up, Chris Zaldane from Fort Worth, a true big bait specialist. Known for his mastery of throwing large swim baits and deep water tactics, Zaldane has been dominating with his aggressive approach to bass fishing.
Again, when you're targeting a 9 or 10 pound fish, that fish is smart. That fish has been around the block a time or two. That fish has seen a million, crankbaits, jigs, and spinnerbaits.
Next, Lee Livesey from Longview, Texas, a heavyweight contender in the tournament. Livesey's known for his deep knowledge of big fish and his ability to capitalize on the lake's most challenging conditions. With a history of dominating heavyweights, Lee's a serious threat.
Yes! Like I said, my confidence is sky high. I know where I want to be. I know the few areas that I think I can win out of doing what I do to hoist that trophy Sunday night.
Boom! Glide bait? You kidding me?
And newcomer Ben Milliken from New Caney, Texas, has made waves not just for his fishing, but for his social media savvy. With a huge online following, Ben proved his worth by qualifying for the Elite Series. And now he's ready to show the world what he's made of. With Texas pride on the line, these anglers, Zaldain, Livesey, and Milliken, are ready to make waves at the 2025 Bassmaster Classic.
Yes, sir. We're coming to you from the state of Texas, Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Open, and that's our Texas angle here. 4 competitors trying hard to make a difference. Among them, Chris Zaldain, who's for a good long time now made his home here in the Fort Worth area and has spent so many hours on this lake. He has really developed a game plan that is detailed.
My hands aren't working. My hands aren't working, guys. Yeah. All right, we're started. We are started. 3-pounder. Thing smoked it. My hands are still frozen. I knew no one would find this spot. These first 2 spots, they don't show up on the map. I wanted to fish them first thing because this wind. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to fish this side at all day, but we've only hit 2 spots of literally 20. That's a start. Dude, that fish like bit it like it hated it. There's more down there too. There's a really big one down there.
The 2021 Classic, he had a 7:13, but only 5 fish over 2 days.
Let's make a move from Chris Zaldain. Back over to Lee Livesey. Lee from Longview, Texas. The guide for so many years on Lake Fork. A legend around here. Wow, we got the harmonica.
On?
It's like
that is so great.
What was that?
Wah, wah, wah.
Texas 6 gun with Lee Livesey. Still sitting on 0 fish, just around the corner from Chris Zaldain.
Bam. Number 1. Little guy, but we'll take him.
That vibrating jig.
Yes,
Not
sir.
a big surprise.
Start, baby. So did I. I literally thought I was on a tree. It's not the size we want, but we'll start with it.
Connor Jacob is leading the Bassmaster Classic. His mom would appreciate that.
Going to take a look right here at Ray Roberts, Lake Ray Roberts, 29,000, little more than 29,000 acres. And here's what we did. If you're just tuning in to Bassmaster Live, seeing a lot of your anglers in that east section. One of the biggest things, talking to Zaldain, talking to Lee Livesey, if you look at the blue, the west branch, like we said, this sets up just like Lake Fork. Easy to get around that west side, a lot less timber. And looking at the anglers today, a lot less anglers. There's a couple of your leaders fishing that west side of Ray Roberts. On that east branch, one of the biggest things, talking to Zaldain, harder to navigate, but more cover. A lot of flooded timber, a lot of that milfoil on Ray Roberts. But a lot of your anglers saying with all of that structure, it's just harder to get around, but a lot of them feel the population is bigger in that east arm.
Yeah, well, 100% was able to be out there on the official practice day, and the timber is everywhere on that east arm, a lot more millful. Cover is the big key and why the population of bass is better on that eastern arm this time of the year.
Did you guys foresee all of our top 10 being over on the east side? You did? Okay. I knew it was favored, but I didn't know it was
maybe not all, yeah.
Unanimous. Yeah,
maybe
okay.
Well,
75-80%.
Your odds are going to go up when 80% of the field is in. And really, if you look at Wolf and Indian getting probably the most pressure this morning in that east arm.
Yeah, 100%. These guys are good. They find the best available
it's amazing
cover. And
how
that
eastern,
happens. Yeah, that eastern side definitely has better cover right now. A lot more millful over there.
Not a huge place, about 30,000 acres, just a tad bigger than Lake Fork. Moving around fast is not going to be an option today. You got to take your time a little bit.
It's going to be interesting watching Chris Zaldain. You've talked about a lot, rocks, foundations.
Yes.
This lake has lots of them. That wind really hasn't picked up anywhere near what it's been most of the time the last 2 weeks. He's going to have a difficult time fishing those offshore places later.
And look, he said they're not areas that have. We're going to get out right now with Trey McKinney. Looks like he's bowed up.
It's a giant, dude. Oh my gosh. I don't think he has it very well. Woo. Let's get it, baby! Woo! Yes, sir! That's what we're talking about.
Tommy, I noticed he's not showing us what he was throwing right there.
Right.
Wow.
Heck yeah, dude. Bassmaster Classic. She deserves one.
There's a lot of talk coming into this event. Will the forward-facing sonar be eliminated because of the wind? Well, out where Chris Zaldain, it pretty much is, but not back in Indian, Wolf, Lick. You get back in those places, these guys can certainly still use it.
Looking at a lot of your leaders right now, they're pretty darn good with forward-facing.
Yes.
7-pounder, baby. Absolute freak show. That's what we need.
Well, he said his goal this morning, Tommy Sanders, was to catch about 15 pounds in the first couple hours. He knocked half of that out.
Big portion. Right there. Big portion knocked out right there. Always, always watching out for this guy, Trey McKinney, certainly. He always figures something out. He always seems to land on the right places.
We're going to see a lot of big fish this week.
Let's go. Let's go.
Move him up into 5th place, Trey McKinney. Connor Jacob, though, the man 2nd place in the Bass Nation Championship last year, is the man on top of our leaderboard with a 2-ounce advantage over Hunter Schreier. Will Davis Jr. back a little bit. Drew Benton. People looking for him to do very well here. And there's Trey McKinney on the strength of a 7-pounder that just came in. Easton Fothergill. Yoya Fujita, Robert G. Some of the big names from the last couple of years on the Bassmaster Elite Series, including this year's winner, John Garrett, and Matt Airy, who was great here in 2021. Welcome back to our Bassmaster Live coverage of the World Championship. Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic presented by Under Armour. We just saw that
a few
minutes ago. A 7-pounder from Trey McKinney, who's already made big-time fireworks here in the state of Texas on his initial year with the Bassmaster Elite Series and puts them all the way up into 5th place.
Yeah, I'll be dead honest with you. Trey McKinney from Illinois. I don't know what it is about the state of Texas, but he kind of owns this place. Made the comment, I like these grimy tournaments where you're not getting a lot of bites. That's exactly how I grew up fishing in Illinois. Absolute. That bass was almost like a wake-up call for everybody.
Not that he's been alone.
Go.
We've seen some big ones coming in. As a matter of fact, the second place finisher at the Bass Nation National Champion last year, Connor Jacob, our man on top with 12 pounds and 2 ounces. Hunter Shryock of Tennessee, 12 pounds. Robert G. Will Davis, Drew Benton, Trey McKinney rounding out our top 6. All right, we've got some other. We got a first-time visitor.
Oh yeah,
a VIP here, first time to the Classic.
It's a big fish
not
man.
his first time on stage at tournaments. Over 300 tournaments for this man, Peter Miller, and his team winning $4 million through the years. Incredible stuff. 3-time World Sailfish Champion. Oh my gosh, what a resume. And we got him here at the Bassmaster Classic. You know him from Bass to Billfish, too, so should be very familiar to bass fishing fans. Peter Miller, we are so happy to have you in here. Oh, my goodness. There was your sturgeon trip we just saw from British Columbia. Wow. Man, you are a busy man. You are a very busy man. I'm glad you could make some time to come be with us here.
Well, I'm so happy to be here with you guys. This is a complete spectacle. It's my first time being here. I've always wanted to be here, but I've never had the opportunity. So thanks to you guys. Thanks to everybody to be here. And I'm telling you, all my clients have always talked about this spectacle and all the people that show up here. 150,000 foot soldiers are coming in here looking at the weigh-ins. They're doing everything possible to get a hold of, like, hey, how'd you catch this? What'd you do here? What's for sale here? And it's just amazing to see. We never had that in the saltwater fishing world, and that's something I've always missed. So this is blowing my mind.
You've been to every ICAST for the past basically 50 years of your life, won 3 world championships, but you said this is a different monster compared to those world championships that you've won.
There's nothing like this, Z. This is like truly the Super Bowl of fishing. When I told people I was doing this, they're like, wow, this is like truly the Super Bowl. And when you've got 56 of the top anglers in the entire world fishing this event, you know, the 55th Bassmaster Classic, this is something really special. And these guys are putting the wood to the fish right now. There's some amazing catches already, and I'm really looking forward to watching this transpire over the next 3 days and down to the 25 cut on day 3.
With your offshore experience, wind should not be a big new coming issue to you. You've dealt with it for years and years, and now these guys who don't really have to deal with that much wind as we're seeing here on Lake Ray Roberts, you're just getting to see them take it on today.
Yeah, you know, I just take this hair piece off and I put it down when it's really windy like this.
I do.
I get right on the bow of the boat and I just try to knock it out. But these guys have to stand on the bow of the boat and they're cranking up and down, and that's very difficult because they're using these deucers, and those deucers are coming out of the water. So the guys that are relying on those deucers are having a difficulty in finding those fish. So it's a very interesting juxtaposition. On the big boats we've got a seakeeper. It keeps you very stable. These boats aren't really, you know, doing that just yet. I'm sure they will one day, but it's a pretty amazing thing that's happening right here. Lots of wind, lots of big fish, lots of incredible anglers.
I'm going to definitely steal that deucer reference right there. And listen, that's one of the things, if you really looked at Chris Zaldain, he made the comment, a lot of what he's focusing on early today, contour changes, rock, foundations, basically from 4 out to 15 feet of water. And it was a lot of stuff that's not on their mapping, isolated areas of hard bottom. The other thing that Zaldain told us, he said, look, these are not areas where you can maul them, where there's 15 to 20 fish. They're 1 to 3 fish spots at most, and you kind of need to see a little bit more of that traction with Zaldain. He is absolutely in the teeth of that wind right now.
All right, well, speaking of the wind, to a man, all these anglers have told us that is the story here today, this week for the Bassmaster Classic. And with that in mind, we're going to turn it over to you, Ryan. You're going deeper into the wind issue for us at the Screen of Knowledge.
Yeah, at the Yokohama Attire Screen of Knowledge, I wanted to take a deep dive on the Deep Dive app with the wind. I was out there with Chris Zaldain on Wednesday. We had a strong north-northwest wind, and now it's flipped around. It's changed every single day, and the intensity of the wind has changed. And so when you open the Deep Dive app, I'm on, obviously, Ray Roberts. You can see we are at 8:45, 9 o'clock, basically the exact time we are right now, and this is what it looks like on the body of water. Wind coming from the south. Now it's kind of south south-southeast a little bit, and you can see every red area is where the wind is really hitting it and impacting it. And you can see all of these south-facing pockets are the ones that are going to be hit. So we see earlier Scott Martin, when he's over in that Walnut Branch region, obviously he's going to get pounded in on. But I want to show you this. From 2 days ago, final day of practice, you can scroll here at the bottom back. Of course, yesterday, Thursday, it was beautiful for wind. It was not windy out on the lake. But Wednesday's final day of practice, I'm going to go about 11:30. You can see almost every bank on the lake is red, meaning it is getting pounded by the wind. 25 to 30 sustained mile-an-hour winds, gusts 40 to 50. Obviously, the wind is a little bit lower today, probably in that average range of 15 to 18 miles an hour with gusts in that upper 20s, maybe 30 miles an hour, but a different direction. This was a beast coming down the pipe, very hard to manage. We saw a lot of anglers not even get to use this portion of the lake on the final day of practice. So obviously this was protected. If they found any clues, that may be why we see a whole lot more anglers concentrating here, because their other practice days, Tommy, were Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, almost a week ago when they found stuff. So Wednesday's practice was key for this because this was the calmest area.
Yeah, well, all our local anglers, our Texas Parks and Wildlife guys say that north wind is the most brutal thing out here. You don't want any part of that other music. Let's listen.
Yes.
What is going on here?
I don't know. Camera's still on me, but I'll do it. I'm not scared at all, friendo. It's been a while, Tommy Sanders.
Yes, it has.
Power pole replay of the day. Young Trey McKinney getting it done for us. Said he was shooting for about 14 to 16 pounds. I'm talking about catching a Fort Worth Ray Roberts bull swine. I don't even know what that is. Yeah, that's exactly right. That's a bull swine. Way to go, little boy from Illinois. Power pole replay of the day, unofficially at 7 pounds. I called it a wake-up call. Shot across the bow. Trey McKinney, you are here, number one. Bassmaster Classic Day 1 power pole replay. Tommy, it was a little bit disjointed, but it was fun.
It was there. It had the feel. It had the look and feel that we're looking for.
Tighten
right
up,
there.
boy.
Yeah, Trey McKinney.
Tighten up, boy.
We've talked about this in recent weeks. We never take our eyes off. He is lurking in the shadows at all times.
Yes,
he is always playing in the background, and he jumps out and does important big things at key moments during a lot of tournaments.
Don't know who that is over his shoulder.
I cannot.
Looks like he's weighing one.
Not a bad one.
Bacon.
That's one Bobby Bakewell.
Bobby Bakewell.
Dude, he is catching him exactly how he caught him on Lake Fork last year when he caught well over 100 pounds.
I got him stuck in a tree. There he come out. There he come out. It's in a tree again. Come on.
I'm trying to visualize that wrap, you know, which way it goes, right?
That's a no good.
It's like a 7-pounder. Never mind, it's only like a 4-pounder. Let's go. Come on. On our way. I thought I was going to lose her. It's another good one.
That's a 4-pounder. I would say pre-spawn too, Tommy.
There.
Wow.
And our new leader.
Boy, you are
Put the
living.
cobalt on her. Can't be too wishing, but I'm gonna be wishing.
Living right when you're landing those.
Ooh. This young man has been a big part of the scene since he came on the scene.
That dude,
season and a half ago.
That dude has no idea how good he really is. If he could get out of his way in certain instances, absolutely incredible, man.
And at 20 years old, just turned 20 years old.
20 years old, I was at a Motley Crue concert.
I don't want to think what I was doing then, but he's looking to be the youngest ever Classic champion.
Wow.
Long way from that point right now, but boy, that is a big step in the right direction. Trey McKinney, what did he tell you? He wanted to knock out 15 pounds on this day?
Looks like he has done that in 3 Bass so far. Trey McKinney well in front of where he wanted to be.
Connor Jacob from the Bass Nation in second place. Hunter Shryock having a good tournament here. Robert G. and Will Davis Jr., Drew Benton, Fothergill, Fujita, and all the rest. We're back to Ray Roberts momentarily.
Bassmaster Live.
Oh my goodness. There she is. That's her. I will get you. Wow! Wow! Yes, sir! Did we just do it? God! Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. Gosh, the Lord's good. Whew. This is what I want. It's been unbelievable. On a Sunday. Unreal. Everybody pointing, got cameras up. That's wild.
You are the youngest ever qualified to be here. You are the youngest to ever win an Elite Series event. And I would assume, well, yes, you are the youngest to ever become a Bassmaster Century Club member. So let's hold that high. 130 pounds and 15 ounces. And 19-year-old Trey McKinney joins the Bassmaster Century Club. We're about to see history be made. The youngest Elite Series champion in history belongs to 19-year-old Trey McKinney. Team McKinney got this done. The AFCO Bassmaster Elite at Lake Fork belongs to 19-year-old Trey McKinney, the youngest Elite Series champion.
That was just a little over a year ago. He didn't just become the youngest Elite Series. He put himself on the front page of the record books with the 4th largest 4-day production in history of the
Absolutely.
Bassmasters.
Really catching him the same way that he caught him on Lake Fork just a year ago, young Trey McKinney from Illinois. And I made this comment, Tommy Sanders, got to talk to him last night. We talked about a lot of anglers trying to dial in this forward-facing sonar in all of this flooded timber. To listen to Trey McKinney last night talk about how he knows the exact mannerisms of a trash fish in flooded timber to a largemouth. Dude, when I picked his brain last night, I got off the phone and I was like, whoa. When I say that he is ahead of his time, he is dialed in with that sonar technology.
He is absolutely a phenomenon. Well, we started out kind of with baby steps this morning, slow going very early on, and then the big fish started coming in. John Garrett with an 8-pounder. Heard he lost another one even bigger than that later on. We'll get the story on that for you a little bit later, but show you right where we are, not too far from Oklahoma, on the Trinity River, this famous river that takes you all the way to Galveston Bay in the Gulf of Mexico. Right here, Lake Ray Roberts. Been the scene of a few tournaments. Been the scene of a Bassmaster Classic in 2021. 2 arms to this lake, very different character in each of those arms. And you see the 10 anglers we are following today all over in that east side.
What? I feel good. I just need a couple more bites. Golly.
Oh boy.
Oh, gosh, what about? happens when you get too focused.
No, he doesn't have a problem with focus. He's got focus, that is for sure.
About it.
Move from Trey McKinney.
Wes Logan just...
Go ahead, Such.
Whoa. It's good to be back with you, Such.
Yeah, I can't hear you, Such.
Wes
Sorry.
Logan's taking the lead with a couple of 5.5 pounders.
Wow, thank you. Again, we're back out on Chris Johnston right now. Saw him lose a good one earlier on today.
Little guy. It's a start. Number 1. I think it's 14. It's not a Ray Roberts giant, though. Yeah. Number 1. It's not pretty. Take it.
Keeper number 1 for Chris Johnston. Lost a solid one earlier, about 3.5 pounds to start his day. You know, Peter, coming off of the tournament that you covered, you covered on Lake Okeechobee a couple weeks ago, Brandon Polinick winning it, really bunkering down in one spot the entire event. Guys like Chris Zaldain, Lee Livesey, and really what we're seeing transpire today, probably not going to be the case here on Ray Roberts. A lot more running and gunning, one fish here, one fish there, at least what we're seeing this morning.
Yeah, it seems like the changes, obviously, in the wind are very dramatic. It's like either one way or the other, so you got to make those choices depending on the conditions to be able to get to that spot, 1. And then 2, after your fish, you got to be able to get back. So it's, you know, it's pretty destructive on a boat when you're racing back at 50, 60, whatever you're doing. So you got to, like, trim it back.
Oh,
so
my
you
gosh,
got to time
dude.
it out. Anyway.
Eat it. Eat it. 2 giant ones just followed it out. Golly, dude. Whew.
I believe that's Zaldain.
Oh, my goodness.
All these anglers pretty much fishing within a couple miles of each other.
You know, when you feel for these anglers, when you know the conditions are very trying and taxing and arduous like they are, and to see them in this water protected, catching good fish, makes you just feel like I was laying awake last night thinking about, God, what are they going to do? Where are they going to fish? Are they going to get them? And sure enough, 3 fish in a live well for Trey McKinney, and all nice ones.
Yeah, and it's turning into this one of those tournaments that you hear a lot of anglers thought that this event was going to be the biggest weight classic that we've ever had, and it looks better on paper tournament. You look at what Trey McKinney's done this morning. I mean, it's slow grind, but he's 2 bites away from a big bag.
Yeah, Wes Logan has 15 pounds on 3 fish.
Wow.
That's pretty good average.
That's pretty good.
Some of our anglers, Scott Martin particularly with us, talking about a little bit later, maybe about this time, moving a bit shallower, trying trying to get something going closer to shore.
One where West Logan is fishing not far from our takeoff. We'll kind of stay vague on that. A lot of anglers in the field within a quarter mile of him.
Yeah, you could see the
Yes.
you could see the gathering there in a couple of our drone shots earlier.
And very true to the predictions of the size of the fish here, as opposed to, you know, catching those little bucks. You know, they're getting, you know, 5, 6, 7, 8 pounders. That's what was expected, and that's what's happening.
Again, if you're just joining us on Bassmaster Live, first day of the Classic, Ray Roberts. Water temps probably got knocked back pretty good. It was chilly most of the day yesterday. Cold night again. We heard that water temps last weekend got all the way up. A couple anglers seen it 60 to 63 degrees. But for the most part, you're looking at a true pre-spawn event, 52 to basically 56 degree water temps right now.
Magic number 60, would you say, for movement?
Say it again.
Magic number 60 degrees for movement is the
I
standard
think,
philosophy
I think
here.
You know, I really think last weekend, talking to a lot of the anglers, there was a small initial push. I'm sure some fish have spawned in the last week or two. But again, a lot of the anglers, you know, few that we're covering, Greg Hackney and Jordan Lee and Scott Martin for the most part, betting that these warm temps, we have not felt them yet, that these warm temps will make a push out. Again, that's combined with coming off of a full moon from last week. You're putting those variables together saying, man, I'm going to get in front of them and wait for them to come.
We've
Got to catch one of those back there, man.
We have picked up the pace here in the past hour, that is for sure. The leaderboard reflects that. We'll show you that in just a minute. But what a great town, Fort Worth. It's an amazing place and friendly people and so much history here. So much of the West begins right here, they say, in America, and goes on out there, and they celebrate all that. A lot of towns, if you call it a cow town, they take offense. They love that term here in Fort Worth. There's your leaderboard as it stands right now. West Logan, 3 fish. As Stooch said, averaging 5 pounds apiece to stand on top of Trey McKinney. Connor Jacob, our Bass Nation angler, hanging in there in 3rd place. Hunter Shryock of Tennessee. Drew Benton, Will Davis Jr. of Alabama. Robert G. Easton Fothergill, Kyoya Fujita, and John Garrett. And we have just reached the midway part in our morning. Plenty more to come.
Welcome back to the 2025 Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic here at Lake Ray Roberts, Fort Worth, Texas. Boy, what a grand Texas Classic it's going to be. Our live coverage today brought to you by Humminbird. What a place to be. This is the 2nd Classic we've had in Fort Worth, and the last time we were here was the heat of the summer. It's a little chillier this morning, but the people are out and about, and it's going to be a beautiful Classic. Great place to be. We look at our leaderboard, and a little north of here, Davey, I think West Logan's A-okay with being not in Fort Worth until later. Bringing the bass in to show them off. 15 pounds on top of the leaderboard right now.
Absolutely, absolutely. 3 fish for 15 pounds for West Logan. Certainly a good start. Trey McKinney, no surprise to see him catch a fish here. Very similar to Lake Fork. We saw him make his debut on the Bassmaster Elite Series last year on Lake Fork.
You start to see and wonder, why is it taking so long to catch the fish? But we saw Scott Martin, Lee Livesey, Chris Zaldane all catch them within 5 minutes of each other. Trey McKinney started his run right then as we head out to Scott Martin. So it kind of seemed like there was already a morning window that opened when a lot of these anglers started to catch them. And that was, I would say, Davey, it was when that wind honestly started to pick up, because it was pretty calm this morning.
South wind is a good thing. A lot better than the north wind.
With a 6-pounder, Drew Benton is taking the lead with over 17 pounds total. He's just filled his limit with a 6-pounder.
There's one. There's a big one. Big one, dude. Big one. What just happened, guys? What just happened?
No giants yet, Davey, but two real solid ones for Scott Martin.
We're getting a.
I can't. There's too many people around.
Yeah, he wants to scream. But yeah, we're seeing Ray Roberts, Lake Ray Roberts, at his best. You see the bites few and far between, but boy, do they add to that total weight when you start putting those 4 to 6, even 8-pounders in the live well.
Head out to Taku Ito.
We've got 31 anglers on the board and 4 limits. Just 4 limits right now.
Okay, yes. Okay, yes. Oh, yes. Yes. Got it. Ooh. Oh. I love Pixis. I love it. Ah. Yeah, let's go. Let's go.
We've seen Taku catch a lot of fish, but you can tell the Bassmaster Classic, everyone has a different demeanor, a different level of excitement here, and certainly you can see that in Taku's voice and his expressions there.
Make a grown man just get silly and goofy and say strange things. The voice, the pitch gets really high. You're shaking the fish. It's like an incredible moment. That fish has got to be 8 pounds.
Yep. Beautiful, beautiful fish. That's why this tournament is going to be so volatile.
Want to know who had the worst practice according to our 10 that we interviewed Tuesday, Davey? Taku Ito. So the sheer shock and awe that he caught that. Peter, you're talking about these grown men getting excited catching fish. What do you think all 4, 5, 6 of us do on Bass Live watching them catch fish? Come on now.
I'm clapping over here. I'm screaming inside, and I look at some of my videos, and my voice, my pitch goes way up, and I sound like a different person. I act strange, and everyone's like, what's wrong with you? It's like, this is the most special moment in these guys' lives. You know, this is history in the making here, and catching that fish, he's laying it down hard right there, and he had a bad practice, but he's come back strong.
Ito entered that as a 6-0.
A little conservative, I would say.
That's a good one.
Chris Zaldane. Yeah! Wow.
That's one of those big ones right there. I threw my swimmer. It's that brand new swimmer. I'm waiting on that bite. I'm waiting for that sun to get higher. Waiting on that bite. I had 2 giants follow me out. That's probably one of them. But the other one acted like it wanted to bite me. Might as well just catch both of them now.
Chris Zaldane's second keeper. I think both of them were on a jig. He has thrown a swim bait some.
On the home pond. This is spot number 3 out of 20. Whew.
That's a lot like a mop jig there, Ronnie.
I wasn't keyed in on the bait like you are, Davey, but I was keyed in on the area and the depth, knowing that he was fishing a lot shallower than people probably expect. When we say off the bank hard spots or off the bank, nondescript areas, this is his game plan.
Yeah,
and I saw the swimmer in action, and so if he's catching a couple of his first fish that are really healthy fish on a jig, and he's able to get that swim bait. That's the one thing with Zaldane we know in the classics and other events. He's gone swim bait all day, and he's died with it at times.
Yeah.
If he's got a jig bite going or a crankbait bite going, and you add in the swim bait, he might be one to watch.
Yep. For sure, we're going to be watching him all day.
Scott Martin, another solid fish in the boat for him.
What just happened, guys? What just happened?
Takuito getting his day started. You know, it's a 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 pounder or whatever we're going to call it on Bass Track. But what the good thing is, you'll see all of these fish come back to Fort Worth, Dickey's Arena, and you'll want a seat in that arena to see the spectacle. The stage is in the center of the court, so to say, and it's going to be a big show later on, especially when you think of the Drew Bentons, Wes Logans of the world, Easton Fowler, all the guys we're not seeing on camera, we'll get to see them, and they'll be pretty happy when they get back. So Drew Benton in the lead, 17 pounds, 12 ounces unofficially. Wes Logan over 15 pounds as well. We will be back with more Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic here at Lake Ray Roberts.
I'm probably going to shed a tear, to be honest with you. Standing on the dock with my family, tears of joy about being there. You know, seeing my dad, my wife, my kids standing there on the dock at blast off, just looking around at the fans and just feeling that energy. There's nothing like it on the planet. So it's going to be an emotional day one for sure. But as soon as I get into my first spot, put that trolling motor down in the water, pick up that rod, I've got to put my game face on and make something happen.
Some call it destiny. Others call it unfinished business. His father, the legendary Roland Martin, 9-time Angler of the Year, 25 classic appearances, but never a classic win.
This will be my third attempt to pull off something for him. You know, I want to do it while he's still alive, which would be special. I've dreamed about it, to be honest with you. I know a lot of people probably dream about winning the Classic and holding up the trophy, and what that feeling would be like for their family, and seeing the confetti fall, and what it would mean for their career, and what it would mean for the money and for the fame. And for me, it's really just see my dad out there. That was really what it would be about. You know, it's not the money, it's not the confetti. It would just be handing him the trophy and walk off.
Some would call them the first family of bass fishing. Roland and Scott, maybe the Murrays would object, but the first family of bass fishing, it feels weird that neither have a classic trophy for as much accomplishments they've had. So Scott's huge goal is to make that dream come true for not only him, but his dad more so.
Yeah, you look back at Scott's dad, Roland Martin's career. I mean, there's a good argument he's the best there's ever been. If you look back at how he dominated in his era, it's absolutely incredible, but did not hold that one trophy over his head, the Bassmaster Classic trophy. And you can tell every time you see Scott Martin talk about this, he gets emotional. You can certainly just feel it, how much it would mean to Scott Martin, to Roland Martin, to the whole Martin family.
Go back out to Scott. We talked about he doesn't have any giants in the boat so far, Davey, but 2 solid fish. We're seeing a bladed jig come into play. We've heard that there's rock piles and some timber and brush. We're also seeing milfoil come into play as well for some anglers.
Well, I just caught my second one. It was a nice fish, 5 pound, solid 5 pound fish. My second little area that I really have confidence in. Caught it on a chatterbait again. There's a mix of grass and trees in here. I'm sitting at about 8 feet, 7 or 8 feet right now, but where I've been getting bit, more the 3 and 4 foot trees, a little bit of grass around them. But boy, it felt good. You know, my plan is not that complicated. Just keep the trolling motor in the water, fish what's in front of me. Hopefully get 6 or 7 bites today. If I can generate a bite every hour, hour and a half, I like it, especially that grade of fish. I haven't caught that many in here, but everything I've caught in here in this area in practice has been basically 5 to 6 pounds. So one of those deals where you get 5, you got a good shot at having a nice bag. A little bit of pressure in here though. There's 3 other of our guys, and that's gonna probably eliminate this area for at least, I don't know, it's just going to make it a little tough to catch them in here every day.
Certainly something big to consider, and I've thought about a lot, especially after being out on the water with Lee Livesey on the practice day, is how well will these areas replenish? These little drains, small creeks, pockets, they got a lot of good cover, and the milfoil is a big deal, but how well will they replenish? And I don't know that anybody truly knows the answer to that.
Slow down and fish in it either. Maybe that's what it. Maybe that's what the difference is.
Nice little Lowrance bird's eye view of one of the wet bandits, Greg Hackney. It looks like with his toboggan on the way he's got it on, you know, from Home Alone. Peter Miller, I know that you're a big Home Alone fan.
Oh, sure am, man. Don't put that aftershave on your face after a close shave at 4 years old.
Davey, you mentioned the replenishing areas. Also, these areas that maybe have more plentiful grass or these ditches will hold a lot more anglers. Whereas a single rock pile that holds 1 or 2 fish, you're not going to have 3 or 4 boats fishing the one rock pile. And so the pressure, not only replenishing, but the amount of pressure
most of these trees have been here long enough. If they were going to fall, they probably already would have. Yeah.
And in talking to some of the anglers, how the bottom of those stumps get kind of worn out, and the fish will lay in there. And if it warms up enough, the eggs start to warm up, and they go into that spawning mode potentially, maybe on Sunday when it warms up. So this is expected to see this, but it's actually beautiful. It's very picturesque to see this kind of scenery and knowing that the fish are laying in there and they're there for the taking. And Hackney knows it.
You see the little dark band right up at the shoreline. That's the milfoil, and that's where those fish will be moving up. Hopefully today. I know we'll see it more and more Saturday and Sunday. Those fish want to be up there in that shallow vegetation to incubate those eggs and to start the spawning process. It's just right around the corner, and these bigger fish are so aggressive when they first move up like that.
You know what I mean? Like.
See him now fishing basically the inside edge of that timber. Then he'll turn and throw to the outside edge of the vegetation. Just two edges that those fish will stage on.
Yeah, if you don't think they're out there and you don't think they're up there, they might be exactly where your boat is in that in between, and that's what he's trying to ride. Depth zone wise.
Keeping them honest, so you see him casting up there to the milfoil some and fishing those trees.
Still have Drew Benton leading with 17 pounds, 12 ounces. Buddy Drew Cook just landed a 5-pounder to get in our top 10. He's got 3 fish for almost 10 pounds.
Out with our reigning and defending classic champ Justin Hamner. They had their walkthrough yesterday of the arena, Davey, and it's always the tradition to have the defending champs banner hanging right above them when they walk in, and it's cool to see that be the lone banner hanging until at least Sunday.
But we're starting. We're getting started. Hey! Roll Tide! That's why I just needed a good fan over there. Oh, spotted bass. There's another one with it. They were like fighting over it. Little guy, but I guess I do need to measure 14.
3 6-pounders and 2 spotted bass is the recipe to 20 pounds today, or what?
Take it any way you can get it. Any way you can get it.
We ain't getting zeroed.
He became the classic champ, the 54th running of the classic last year at Grand Lake. One of 11 anglers, excuse you, Sue, one of 11 anglers to lead all 3 days of the classic. Davey, what a tough feat, but he seemed very comfortable, his style of fishing. And honestly, on that day too, when he caught 20 pounds, it wasn't the most weight, but everyone else dropped off so severely that 20 pounds helped him ride the 15 to victory.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a pleasure to watch Justin Hamner last year lead all 3 days of the Bassmaster Classic. And it was tough on him that final day.
Absolutely.
Not his best day, but certainly enough to be able to hold that trophy over his head, something he dreamed of. Got quite emotional that day. You could tell he had, he said he was mowing grass for a living just a few months before that. Incredible.
What's crazy about the Bassmaster Classic, 3 days, you don't have to manage that much changes compared to an elite event of 4 days. But I remember Adam Rasmussen having great afternoons every day of the Classic and wanted a great morning. He got it, but had a terrible afternoon. Like, when you know what you're doing, it changes on you. Exactly.
And that consistency to be able to lead and have the wherewithal to lead 3 days in a row in an event of this magnitude is absolutely astounding, and that's how you win it. I mean, it's plain and simple, but it's not common. And he did just that. And to be able to see fish chasing his jerkbait right now, and he knows they're there, he's got to be feeling pretty good starting his day right now. And he's got a couple of onlookers cheering him on. He's feeling the flow, doing the bull dance.
How y'all doing? We hanging in there. Y'all need to quit this.
I guess those are the guys who are the wind operators.
Yeah, the wind operators.
They got to run it this week and meet their quota for the wind. I do think, Davey, that I saw the forecast like Monday and Tuesday is supposed to be like not a lick of wind. It wouldn't be a Bassmaster tournament or a Bassmaster Classic without some kind of weather impact. But whether you're fishing in the wind or in the timber, big ones show up at Ray Roberts. Seeing them from Trey McKinney this morning. John Garrett's caught an 8-pounder. Drew Benton, Drew Cook are rising the leaderboard. Taku Ito with the biggest one we've seen on live.
Yeah, it started out this morning with 2-pounders, and we were surprised, but it has not been that for the last hour and a half or so. It's been more of those. Taku says a 6. I'm going to go over on that.
I went over on it.
I will agree with you two as well. That is a Ray Roberts special. Maybe we'll see a 10-pounder get caught. Maybe we'll see some records fall this week. Got a hodgepodge top 10 there. Drew Benton, Wes Logan, it's not their first rodeos. Trey McKinney, it is his first rodeo. Easton Fothergill fishing his second Classic. Connor Jacob fishing his first Classic. Those are your top 5. Hunter Schrock, Will Davis Jr. have limits, and they are in the top 7 as well. We'll be back from Fort Worth, Texas here at the Outdoor Tailgate with more action from Lake Ray Roberts. Dickies Arena is where it's going to go down today. Dave Mercer will do what he does best, which is orchestrate the biggest weigh-ins in the sport of bass fishing. Weigh-in festivities will start around 3:15. The doors open then, but these fellows got to make it from Lake Ray Roberts, so we'll give them some grace and maybe another hour or so leeway. We're going to have a great weigh-in this whole week. You can watch Bassmaster.com and check out Mercer hosting the weigh-in there. We'll have additional streams, some live shows with some backstage interviews, not giving away the leaders, but just showing you a peek behind the curtain, free of charge, Davey Hite.
Speaking of a peek, Dave Mercer texted me this morning coming back from takeoff. He said it was really cold out there this morning, but the fans showed up. Big crowd at takeoff as usual.
Absolutely. We had on the map earlier Ray Roberts Marina to the west side of the lake where the anglers were launching from. They all drove across the water to the takeoff, which would have been a little tricky loading and unloading there. And they still pulled up to that beach. I guess Mercer didn't have to wade all the way out there, but Trey McKinney has been one we've been keeping an eye on with 3 good ones this morning and more in store for him.
I'm feeling good. 19 pounds with 4. I don't know how much better we could be doing, so freaking nervous. Freaking Bassmaster Classic, and we're catching them. We only got 4, but we got 4 grandes. So hopefully we're gonna let these guys fish around in here. I'm gonna get out. I'm gonna go, we're going swinging now. That's all we gotta do the rest of the day. Swinging. I mean, big swinging. We might throw 12-inch, 15-inch glide baits, the biggest one I can find. But I don't know what we're gonna do. I think we're just gonna keep doing the same thing something about it that I found, certain little places like this, and that's just the first one. So it could turn on. I'm excited, and this is honestly, I got one timber stretch. We got to go quick after I hit this, just on the fact that the wind may get up. But I was catching grandes, so we're gonna see what happens. A lot of boats in here, so I think I'm gonna peel out, hit 2 or 3 high percentage areas on the way out, see if I can get, I mean, I only got 4. It feels like I got 5, but I only got 4. If I catch one more 5-pounder, that's 24 pounds. I don't know if y'all heard that, but I was like, let's throw it out. Oh, I love these fisheries. Tough, grindy. You got to kind of be dialed into what they're doing to get a few of them to bite. Oh my gosh. I love it. This is my type of fisheries I love. Like all this. I mean, if you know, you don't even fish most of it, you know. You only fish the high percentage areas. Because it's not a high population in this lake. So when you come to it, you want to focus on where one individual fish will be so you don't waste a ton of time. You'll catch random ones, don't get me wrong, but I'd rather run 30 or 40 places that I know one will sit at some point in time than just go, you know. So for the big ones, we might just have to go and just kind of ease through, kind of mope around and see if we can get one. But we'll see. We need another 7 or 8 pounder, and we would be that'd be a very crucial bite. So I got 1 7, and then like I think 3 or 2 4s and 1 something. So it's honestly, I'm so pumped, dude. I thought it would, how this morning started, I'm like, I'm not fishing good, I can feel it, but we're back in the game. I'm not on pavement anymore, so I don't get as nervous. When I'm on the water, this is my safe place. I get my nerves dialed in, and let's go bassing, is what I gotta say. Let's go bassing, right here.
Confident in what he's doing at such a young age, the maturity to leave a giant bag of fish like that to go from spot to spot, knowing that they're there, but he knows he can upsize everything by going to those next 10 spots that he's very aware of.
But thank the Lord we haven't lost one yet. Oh, come on. Get that tingling sensation. I can feel it in the air. Oh, that's freaking awesome. It was just...
Much more comfortable on the water than the pavement. I don't know that's if he got his license 2 years ago and he's still getting used to it, and he's been driving boats longer, Davey, but very interesting way of phrasing it. He is kind of a little spastic, not on the water, and feels a lot more calm, cool, collected on the water.
Absolute biggin. There's number 5, boys. Come on. Number 5. She's got it wedged. Let's get it right there, baby. Come on. Come on. That right there are my friends from back home. I love them to death. Thank you for taking the time to come out and watch me. Woo. Gosh, I've had so many people support me and help me and send me a Bible verse every other day so I don't get negative like most of us can do. Just little stuff like that means more than anybody could ever know. We're in the Bassmaster Classic, baby. Right here. Gosh. That's another something. That's another 4-pounder. Yes, it is. We almost got 24 pounds, guys. Woo. Right here. Lake Ray Roberts. Let's freaking go, dude. Woo. Put that baby in a box. Dude, if I could do a backflip right now,
I would like to see it if he could do a backflip right now.
Absolutely.
Those are phrases I've never said on the boat, Davey, because I'm not even going to try to do a backflip on the boat.
On dry land, you wouldn't try it. He could probably do it. He's very athletic. He's very wily. He's quick.
I'm sure he could do it. I did it at 50 years old on Bass Live. I'm sure he could do it at 19.
I did it. Wasn't it the worm and the moonwalk or something? Did you do
that
a
was at
legit
40.
Backflip?
That was at 40. At 50, I did a backflip.
Oh, you did it off the boat into the lake. That's right.
I mean, what else do you do it from the boat? Not off the water into the boat.
That would be impressive.
I want to fish right around this corner, but I know there's a bunch of boats there.
Watching Chris and Corey Johnston. Talked about family affairs with the Martins. You've got the Johnstons, the Lanes, the Murrays. Got some brothers and family all littered throughout Bass history. And these are two guys you do not want to tangle with. I guess they were nervous in their first Classic, Davey, it being the 50th at Guntersville, because 34th and 47th. I don't know if they finished below that in the elites lately. Then now that we've seen 11ths and 8ths and 5ths and 6th.
You know, showing both with just one fish right now, a lot of fishing time left. We've seen Trey McKinney make it look easy. You can see how fast that can happen. But here's one thing. Very few times do I talk to Chris and Corey, and they don't have a plan that they feel confident that, hey, it can evolve into the winning strategy. They did not have the best of practices here this week, but these are two of the best anglers on the planet. Got a lot more fishing time today.
And they're here for a reason. They wouldn't be here if they weren't that quality that you speak of. And these guys know what it's all about. Like you said, plenty of time left in the day. Never count anybody out till the last minute.
Davey, did anybody tell you, yeah, I had a really good practice this week?
You know, a couple guys,
really?
yeah, but it was one-on-one, not in any big media interviews, but a couple guys felt pretty daggone good coming in.
Hackney
really
said it.
Livesey was pretty confident.
Yep.
Milliken was confident.
Yeah,
Tyler Williams, if he gets 2 bites, he might have 20 pounds.
Yeah.
How about Hunter Schrock? He just got a 4.5 pounder. He's up to 3rd place with 16.5. Pretty good day so far.
I'd have to imagine, Davey, with that style that Hunter fit, maybe a bladed jig's in his hand too.
Yep. Get a look at Coy right here. It just tells you a lot. You see he's graphing, he's idling out of some timber, and so often you'll just find something that'll be, you know, maybe your best spot. Looking at your side imaging or right now, you see how rough it is and the way those transducers are up and down. It's just so hard to mark those fish until you get calmer conditions, and that's what these anglers have had to deal with all through official practice.
Now, this isn't the most wind when we've talked about using your forward-facing sonar, but those other places where we have big wind, the Great Lake, you have bigger groups of fish, so you can kind of catch a glimpse of where the overall school is, not 1 or 2 fish. So we go from Chris and Corey Johnston into our Mercury move of the day. The young man, the youngest man, Trey McKinney, absolutely on fire. It was slow to start, Davey, but boy, he went 1, 2, 3 real quick, and he's now got a winner.
Yeah, absolutely. Look at this Mercury move of the day. Trey McKinney, no surprise we have a camera with him for a couple of reasons. He was Rookie of the Year last year, won his first event at 19 years old, just turned 19. And now we look at a Trey McKinney who unofficially bass tracked. We certainly have him in the lead of the Bassmaster Classic. He's only been alive as many years as Greg Hackney has fished in Bassmaster Classics. That's something to think about.
Absolutely. We got to see him all 4 days at Lake Okeechobee. So honestly, Trey might never give up a camera, Davey. He might be all 3 days this week. I wouldn't put it past him, but 24-plus pounds. 24-plus pounds gets you a camera tomorrow, right? That's 10th place.
Oh, yeah.
He's going to be on camera tomorrow.
I don't think it's going to be leading, but it'll get a camera. It'll be top 10 in my opinion. Here's the thing to think about, though, as we watch the Mercury move of the day. Trey McKinney catching this 5th fish, being 24 pounds. You look there, that 7-pounder certainly anchors everything. And a couple of those 4s, they're heavy 4s. I don't know that I've seen a 3 all day from Trey McKinney. Mercury move of the day. Here's a scary thing for the rest of the field. It is early, a lot of fishing time like we talked about, Peter, but this is right up Trey McKinney's wheelhouse. We saw last year, Toledo Bend and Fork, very comfortable. This lake sets up a lot like those.
And what a strategic move he made, you know, having those 4 fish, leaving them there, going to his spots that he already had mapped out, and immediately catches that 4-pound, 8-ounce fish, which could be a little bigger, we don't know, but I mean, that is maturity at its finest at age 20. I just can't get over this young man. He's just killing it, and he really duked it out in Okeechobee in the Elite Series event a couple weeks ago. You know, he was kind of up there and down there and back in there, and he just punched his way through, never gives up, and just keeps throwing and catching fish.
I think Peter said that Trey McKinney's his favorite angler because every day Peter's done Bass Live with us, Trey has been on camera.
Hey, roll with it. Roll tide. Here's the spooky thing. I think Zona mentioned it. I don't think he realizes he's just unconscious about what he is actually doing right now in the sport.
I have seen a few things from Trey McKinney this year that has shown growth, and we will see as he matures in the sport and understands the magnitude of his ability and the stage we're on. It'll start to click for him even more. He is our leader by a pretty decent margin. The World Championship of the sport of bass fishing, the 2025 Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic presented by Under Armour here at Lake Ray Roberts. Everything off the water happening in Fort Worth, Texas. We're here by the Convention Center, the Fort Worth Convention Center. We're at the outdoor tailgate here, and Trey McKinney is having himself a tailgate out on the water at Davy Height. 24 pounds almost early this morning, but that man behind him, Drew Benton, somebody we do not have eyes on here, but I've heard we have our friend Robbie Floyd out on the water. And Robbie, is it true you've tracked down Drew Benton this morning after his great start?
You know me, brother. I'm going to find where the action is, and I was actually on my way down to find West Logan, and instead I saw that Drew was on my way, and it was a beating coming across that lake. But, yeah, Drew Benton's having a great day, and Trey McKinney's not the only one catching fish. Drew Benton already has a limit. He's culling fish. And right when I pulled up to him, I saw this rocky area, and I knew that he was looking for stuff like that, so I know it's what he was trying to target, and it looks to be working. But, yeah, he's shallow cranking. He actually caught a fish earlier off of a point that he said he saw it with the jerk bait, and it followed it, so that made him aware, and then the follow-up bait was a crankbait, and he caught it. So things are working really well for him, and he has a 6-pounder listed in the tabulations, but it's probably more like a 7. So if you're seeing 17, 18 or so on Bass Track, he's probably 18 or 19.
So, Robbie, you're out on the water. You're from this neck of the woods. Tell us a little bit about the winds out there today. I mean, that's been the big story so far for the last, I don't know, a month in Texas. Tell us about how some anglers are in waters that are fishable, and some anglers are not going to be able to stay out in those exposed areas like they wanted to.
Yeah, the weather is Hey, so here's the deal. Drew I don't know if he can hear you because he magically said, it looks rough out there. I'm going to stay in here a little bit longer. I can't tell you how much my body is appreciating being in this calm pocket right now, because I made a run when I was with Ben Milliken a minute ago across the middle, and people don't see it. They're like, oh, it's rough. You can deal with it. But I sit on the front deck. I don't have a seat at any of these things, so all that pain was shooting up my back. It is extremely windy out there, and it's rough, and there's hardly any way to get out of it. So if you have a place you want to fish that is a protected pocket, major bonus. I could see a couple of guys in this area. I heard Zaldane was kind of in this area and Wes was in this area. But if you can find a spot like this on fishy water that you know you want to go to, use it while you got it, burn it up, because you do not want to go out there and all that offshore stuff that some of these guys probably want to get to, unfishable. You cannot stay out there. It is that rough in the main portion of the lake.
You know, Robbie, we talked about it last night, and we said you might want to have some kind of memory foam or some kind of cushion. You said you didn't have a seat as you're running around in those rough waters, and we were kind of concerned, and we thought about strapping like a memory foam pillow to you, but it looks like you're doing okay. How does it compare to the day when we went sail fishing about 3 weeks ago and you caught your biggest sailfish you've ever caught, 2.5 hours? How's it feel?
Don't remind me, Peter. I promise you, Jeff's doing a great job. I'm sitting in a Bass Cat today. I was looking for the 43 Invincible. I'm telling you, if you cut through the water like we did that day, it was great. But I am beat. And yeah, you could wear a butt seat and do it, and you would have to bungee cord it to it because I'm catching air when you're out there. I mean, it's big. It's ocean-like. It's not like an Erie where you can stay and you can find those troughs. The chop is so hard and it's windy, you have to hammer through them, and it's just pounding. So if you can get out of it and do stuff like this, it's great. But yeah, we had a great time catching sailfish. You put me on my first sailfish of the lifetime. Took 2 hours for one sailfish, and people say that don't make sense. Why don't you just muscle it in? Well, I promise you. What size line you using, Drew? What you got on there? 15. That's basically what I had to catch a 100-pound sailfish.
You had
so it took me 2 hours to get that bad boy in because same thing, 15, 16, tomato. It's exactly the same when you're talking about a 100-pound fish. You've got to
Well, we're gonna say bye-bye to Robbie Floyd. Him and Peter Miller are gonna dial up their own phone conversation for the rest of the afternoon probably and just give each other compliments, name drop, kiss each other on the cheek, whatever they want to do. But we love Robbie Floyd out on the water. We'll be praying for his back too, Davey. I know he's getting a little older.
I bet he's gonna stick with Drew Benton in a nice little calm pocket for a little while.
He's gonna say, Mike, I am doing my best out there right now. Look at Drew, 10 feet away from me. 10 feet away from the rest of the field, it seems right now. Trey McKinney in the lead, 23-plus pounds, and you got to have double-digit weight right now early this morning to be in our top 10, basically. Kiyoya Fujita, Jay Shakurit, Scott Martin with just 2 bass for 8.5 pounds. John Garrett, just 1 bass for 8 pounds. We heard John Garrett lost a 9 or 10-pounder as well. It could be one of those deals, Davey. We're going to hear a lot of people below that stingy red line there, 26 to 56, that come in with 2 for 4 pounds and say, I lost every bite that mattered today, and they were big ones.
Yeah, this is kind of lake that you can't afford to lose a fish. We saw Chris Johnson lose one earlier that I know he'll be thinking about for a long time.
Had his hands on it, indeed. Peter Miller, Mark Zona, Tommy Sanders, Mike Sukon. We're all going to take just a short break. Make sure you stay tuned to the action. I know live cast is going as well with on-the-water coverage of Ray Roberts, the 55th annual Bassmaster Classic. It's a special one. It's a tough one, but it's going to be surely rewarding for someone each day at the weigh-in.
Hey, Ronnie, Trey McKinney with his weight in less than 3 hours is a third of the way to a record Classic total weight.
Good.
We are on pace, you're saying, then on pace for records to fall. Still waiting for a 10-pounder, waiting for 30-plus pounds. We'll see you in an hour at 11:30 Eastern Time, Bassmaster.com.
Welcome back to it, the 2025 Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic. The World Championship presented by Under Armour. We are in fabulous Fort Worth, Texas. Lake Ray Roberts is our playing field here, and what a great town. We love Fort Worth, big town with kind of a small town feel. They've always promoted it that way, and a lot of places do that, but these folks have really nailed it here. Just a good bunch of people who love their sports. They love their fishing in this part of the world. And a particular impoundment of the Trinity River, which sort of goes right through North Texas here and forms lots of notable reservoirs on its way down to the Gulf of Mexico, Trinity Bay. Down there heading into Galveston and the saltwater environment. We're a long way from there right now. Take a look at Ray Roberts. 2 main legs of this lake here, and that's where the action is going down. Started off slowly a little bit this morning, but it really picked up. Oh, great to have you with us here for more Bassmaster Live. We got till about 3:30 Central Time. Check-in time happens around that time, Davey. Is that right? Yeah.
Yep.
And it did start a little slow this morning. We were thinking, oh, they're not going to catch many smallmouth. That's all they caught for the first hour, but then it really picked up.
Yeah, I think the cold water temperatures, you know, it was 52, 53 degrees. Some of the anglers were saying this morning. Didn't think it was going to be that low for the start of the Bassmaster Classic here. I don't think we're going to see as many spawning fish as a lot of people thought coming in here. But, hey, the fishing has gotten better as the water temperature has risen just a little bit. We've seen Trey McKinney actually set the bar. Like, come on, y'all, we're in Texas. It's going to take a lot. 24 pounds plus, I think he's definitely got that, maybe even 26 pounds or so. Great start for Trey McKinney. I think we'll see a lot of other anglers kind of make that push up there in the 20-something pound string. The deal is here, the afternoons are so important. And it's hard to be patient in the Bassmaster Classic. You want to run around and you want to make up time. Be patient, slow down, be methodical in these areas, especially with the vegetation, the milfoil. But we'll see the anglers that can be patient. It's not easy to do here at the Bassmaster Classic.
Yeah, and there's a lot of time left in it, although it's going to go by very, very quickly on this day and the 2 days subsequently. Great to have you with us here in the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon, and we're going to kind of catch you up on what we've been seeing so far on day number 1 with our Toyota Midday Report.
Yeah, let's just dive right into the Toyota Midday Report. Like I said, things are picking up, especially for Trey McKinney, but we got some cameras out with some great anglers. Everyone, if you watch Bassmaster Live, you love to have a camera and talk to each boat. He is known to be one of the greatest forward-facing finesse anglers in the country, and look at that. Unfortunately, he's only got 2 fish a day, unofficially 7 pounds, 12 ounces per talk to. A couple more like that, and he'll be right where he needs to be.
Right in the middle of it. Caught that 6-pounder about 9:44 this morning. Spent some time in the boat with Scott Martin here fishing in his 3rd class.
Yeah, you got to have a camera with Scott Martin. There's so much history, you know, him and his family. He's trying to win this trophy for his dad and for himself, obviously. That was the first fish, and it just shows you what this means to Scott Martin to be in the Bassmaster classes. Put that first fish in the boat. He started out a little deeper in this area, worked his way in, got around some other boats that had already kind of figured out the grass in there a little shallower. Scott Martin, only 2 fish, but the right size. I'm going to say those 2 fish are closer to 10 pounds at 8.8, so he just needs a couple more. He'll be right there.
Of course, we're going to be with some of our Texans here on our big anglers we're covering all day long. And Chris Zaldain, originally from California, has been living here in Fort Worth for a long time now.
Yeah, Chris Zaldain, a lot of history here for the amount of time he's been living in Texas. This is what he calls his home lake. He's spent a lot of time out there. He's friends with a lot of the good local anglers, knows a lot about this lake. The one thing that he did that I was a little suspect about, he said, I didn't fish any of the places I plan on fishing in the Classic. I like that strategy in a way, but then, man, that can come back and bite you sometimes.
Absolutely. And how about our leader as it stands right now? Got off to a slow start just like everyone else, but really turned things around with ones like that one right there, 7-pounder early this morning.
Does he not make it look easy? I mean, he says, I just throw it there and go, tuck, tuck, tuck.
Yeah,
there he
right
is.
there, man. Go, go.
Yeah.
Let's get it, baby!
Yeah.
Bassmaster Classic. She deserves one.
5 of the right was 23 pounds, 12 ounces. I'm going to say that's very conservative. It's probably more like 25 pounds.
25.
Here's the deal with Trey McKinney. Once again, he has got them dialed in. He caught his 4th fish, and we thought, man, one more. If he could do that, he left an area, went to another area, fished 2 trees, and hooked up, caught his 5th fish. Puts him right there.
Come on.
I actually think he's kind of put it over in neutral for the rest of the day. He's got his target weight.
Yeah, and more. His target weight was, he said, was 15 pounds, so he has done that. And we are not showing footage from last year at Lake Fork, but it looks awful like the same sort of fishing.
Very, very much so. It surprised me last year at Lake Fork that he felt so comfortable fishing like this, but it should be no surprise to anyone now. Trey McKinney knows how to catch big fish in this situation.
Trey McKinney on top. Easton Fothergill, the rookie on the Bassmaster Elite Series, had a slow start to his year after a fabulous couple of years leading up to it as a college and an opens angler. Drew Benton there, one of the favorites coming in. Hunter Shryock of Tennessee. Wes Logan started his day off with back-to-back 5-pounders. Kyoya Fujita, Will Davis Jr., Connor Jacob, our Bass Nation entry. One of our 3 Bass Nation anglers who have qualified for the Classic. Drew Cook, another one of the favorites, and Matt Airy, second place in 2021 on Lake Ray Roberts.
Several of those anglers said they had a difficult practice. Things are working out really well for them. Drew Benton to be in contention with no sight fish to be found here on day 1. Wow, if there's a chance, it'll be Sunday. Drew Benton, if he could just survive today and tomorrow, the chance to do what he loves to do, sight fish, is a possibility come Sunday.
Tommy, we got 44 anglers on Bass Track. A couple surprises with only 1 fish, like Greg Hackney, Livesey, Justin Hamner, Ben Milliken, only 1 fish right now.
Oh, well, right now I see an absolute giant. Just thinking of ways I can catch him. So we're going to try this real quick, because this is known to catch one. Let's see. Oh, gosh. I mean, I know he ain't gonna do it, but I had to try. Okay, fishy.
Certainly got to keep an eye on Trey McKinney when he's got the big swim bait in hand. He is definitely looking for one of those double-digit fish.
Oh, no. Okay. We are not gonna catch one on that.
Trey McKinney was a big part of the Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year race.
And it was like an 8 or 9 pounder probably. It was absolutely huge.
Let's get over to our defending champion here, still the world champion until Sunday night, Justin Hamner. Job on Grand Lake last year. Seemed very at home. There weren't ideal conditions there either, but he certainly made the best of it.
We all had our eyes on him this morning. He had found a place in practice on Wednesday that he said if they stay there, I could get well in a hurry. And unfortunately, it did not happen for Justin Hamner there, but a lot of fishing time to go. And
oh yeah,
the size of these fish, you put 3 of them in the boat, it changes your whole classic.
Got the full field of 56 out there fishing today and tomorrow. After tomorrow, though, only 25 going to advance to final round, the Sunday round, to decide the world champion.
You know, Tommy and Davey, we've always talked about how, you know, it's minutes sometimes left in a tournament that can make all the difference in the world, even down to seconds. And that is the same in any type of fishery, and this is no different. So, you know, you see the time clock there. They got plenty of time.
Yeah.
You know, you got to stay calm. You got to work it like you know you're supposed to work it. Don't move it too fast. Don't go too slow. Just take a deep breath, and the fish will come.
Maybe.
There's a high chance that it could possibly happen.
Yes.
So you're saying there's a chance.
Hey, our big fish leader, John Garrett, 8-pounder early at 7:55 this morning. He's stuck on that one fish. We know he lost another one maybe bigger than that.
Is he still the big fish leader?
Yeah.
Okay.
But just one, though.
All right.
You hear these veteran anglers talk about what you just mentioned, Peter, about, just stay focused. It can happen. And Greg Hackney, some others. Here we go.
Yeah.
All right, that's a
solid fish.
That's what we needed. That'll wake you up. Ain't no giant, but I sort of crushed that guava. I about ripped it right out of my hand. There we go. Ooh. See, you were falling asleep, wasn't you? You falling asleep. Don't fall asleep on me. We're gonna get it going.
Yeah, back to staying focused, and that's Justin Hammer, just a prime example right there. It's poking fun at his cameraman for falling asleep. Don't fall asleep. We got plenty of time. But some of these anglers in the interviews this week were saying, when I hear people complaining about the fishery, the wind, those sort of things, I like it because I know they are beat before they ever go out on the water. They're thinking about all these other things. Stay focused. This is a world championship. Someone is going to hold that trophy over their head Sunday afternoon.
Still plenty of time, as you say, Davey, left on this day number 1 of 3 days of the Classic Fishing. There it is, the Bassmaster Classic Progressive Tailgate Party, presented by Lippert, going on right behind our Bassmaster studios here, and presented by sponsored by Marathon, so we get all the sponsors in there. But it's going to be going on all 3 days, and everybody's looking to have a great time. And the weather's a lot better than it was last year. We had a tailgate party last year, but it was kind of cold and rainy the whole time. But I think the prospects are much better this time.
Prospects are much better. One thing I can guarantee you, you've seen it so many years through, Tommy, the fans will show up, and the weather is actually better. We've got a lot of wind, but the weather is better. They're getting a slow start on Friday morning, so to speak, but they will show up, I guarantee you. It's the Bassmaster Classic.
Absolutely. Peter Miller joins us again. If you're not familiar with Peter, if you're familiar with saltwater fishing and successful saltwater fishing offshore, it's Peter Miller. I mean, 3-time World Sailfish Champion, one of the winningest teams of all time. An insane amount of money. I won't even mention the figure.
Yeah, I don't need the IRS, Tommy, to be talking about that. I appreciate the kind words. But as we see here, this is a spectacle. There's a lot of phenomenal fishermen here. Inside the convention center, didn't quite make the cut, and there's 56 guys out there fishing their hearts out right now. And you see a fish come to the boat. Just when you're down on your luck and you feel like it may not happen, you get that bite. The rod almost gets yanked out of your hand. He said, "Hey, wake up. You're my cameraman. Did you fall asleep on me?" And then you got the giant parties all around, 150,000 people gathering in this area. This is unbelievable. I've never seen anything like it. It's such an honor to be here and watch these guys do what they do best.
You said that it's not like in your world. You say so the size of it does not compare to your world, but you have a lot of people show up for. It's not as sort of tightly organized around weigh-ins and stuff like that, though, right?
This is like boots on the ground. This is just people showing up from all over to watch history. You know, this is, Tommy, as you know, Davey, you know better than all of us. I mean, this is making history, and people are witnessing it live, and it's an incredible spectacle. And there's not a big enough arena. There's an arena that I'm looking past the camera at that has so many seats you can't even imagine. I said, well, why isn't it here? Why isn't the way in here? They said it's not big enough. Right. And I looked around. I thought, this is like a concert arena.
Oh, yeah.
It's not. We don't have that in saltwater. So this is something really, really special that we have here, and to watch the best of the best do it, sitting next to one of the best.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, this is incredible.
It is awesome. It's our world championship, and kudos to Ray Scott for having a dream so many years ago.
Man, wanted to make the biggest event bar none. Wanted to make the major to end all majors, and this is it. This is it. The Bassmaster Classic, now 55th year. And we are going to crown the latest world champion in less than 3 days' time here. Trey McKinney still on top with 23 pounds, 12 ounces. Start thinking, guys, we're going to ask for predictions on how many 25-pound bags we have at the weigh-in here. So give that some thought. Scratch your chin a little bit, and we'll get to that when we come back. Hunter Shryock in 4th place, Drew Benton in 3rd, and Easton Fothergill in 2nd place. We've got so much more fishing, 3 hours left in this day, and that is time to get a lot done on Lake Ray Roberts. The Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic, presented by Under Armour, is sponsored by Minn Kota, by Bass Pro Shops, and by Skeeter Boats. Just coming right down Main Street here. Fort Worth, love being in Fort Worth. Cowtown, they love the name Cowtown. The cattle industry has been good to this place since back in the early part of the 19th century. So much history here. Great sports town, beautiful downtown. Everything you could possibly want. Lots of entertainment, great food, great destination. A lot of people making a week of it. Big time bass fans who come to the Classic every year, or maybe just trying it out for the first year. I find this is going to be a great place to do it. That's only half the story, though. The big part of it right now is being played out on Lake Ray Roberts. 30,000 acres on the Elm Fork of the Trinity River. And they're down near the dam, it looks like. We're going to find Chris Zaldain.
Big one. No, he ain't. He ain't a big one. He's a 2-pounder. Maybe we get a bite right there. That's the first stump. There's like 4 of them right there. That's 4 bass. Really need to get on that swimmer program from 1 to 4. I think it's later. It's definitely later. The water warms, the sun gets higher. All my, I've had several swim bait bites in practice, and they were all in the afternoon.
Keep hearing Chris Zaldain talk about the swim bait bike. He's known to love to throw the bigger swim baits, but that has not been working for him so far this morning. He's using I guess we've seen him catch 3 of his 4 fish in the live well, all come on the jig.
Well, Chris Zaldain, one of the longtime Elite Series anglers. This is his 14th year fishing with the Bassmasters, his 10th Bassmaster Classic, and he bleeds bass.
To wear that shield right there, it's something to be proud of. To me, it's heritage, but I know what that shield means. It means to protect the sport. It means heritage. It means passion, and it means a career path from start to finish. Whether you're a young teenager like I was, or a seasoned vet, it stands for something. And I think until you get there, you really don't fully understand what that bass shield means.
Truly one of the faithful out there. Great job, does a great job of promoting for sponsors. He's got a great podcast. Him and his wife, Trey, Chris Zaldain is just one of the good guys. You always want to see him do well. He did, I think his best classic finish was in Knoxville a few years ago. Yes. Throwing that big bait around. And the wind changed that. The wind was a part of his story there as well.
He needed the wind there, and it died down that final day, and it made it really difficult. I think he's got all the wind he could ever ask for here this week.
If he's needing wind, he is in luck. This could be his year. Let's go over to Corey Johnston.
Wes Logan with his 3rd 5-pounders, over 20 pounds, up to 2nd place.
Wow.
4 fish.
He's all 5-pounders.
His first one was under 4. Everything else is above 5.
Wow.
Right, baby. Bam. Drove all the way up here in this mud. How fat that thing is. Told you, you get one like this, they're big ones.
Where'd his hand go? It disappeared.
There with his sister.
Nice. That one to
We said
match
before
his
we went to
six-pounder
break.
from earlier, yeah.
Yeah, before we went to break, watching Chris and Corey with one fish in the live well at the time, we all had to know that that wasn't going to be the case much longer.
No.
Exactly what
Not
you
at
said.
all.
You said they're the best, some of the best of the best.
Yep.
And there's no way they're stopping at one fish, and there's no way they're not going to keep working their way and digging their way to the top of the leaderboard.
That was nice.
That looks.
Giant.
So he caught a 6-pounder a little bit ago, Suits. That's another, what did he put it in as? Another 6 or a
It's
7?
not in there yet, but we imagine it'd be at least a 6.
I think we got to keep our eyes on Corey during this thing. He's just too tough. He's going to figure it out, and when he does, he's going to exploit it to the fullest. That's his MO.
Could be low ball a little bit. John Cox caught 7 pounds in the last half hour to get in
Man,
our
we,
6th place.
We just made a long run, and first little pocket I pulled into had about a 4-pounder here in practice. It's a little steeper bank. And first bush I flipped, caught a big one, and then 2 seconds ago here I just lost a nice one. So hopefully we can get a few more bites doing this. You don't get a lot of them, but the ones you get seem to be quality.
Sorry, put that last one in as a 4A. He's up to 7th place with 14 pounds.
I'd say very conservative. Catching on to these guys, aren't you, Peter?
A little bit. You know,
When
I
they
was a
say
little
4-8.
embarrassed earlier when I said, oh, that's an 8-pounder, and he says 6. I
Yeah.
said, there's no way. I caught a 7-pounder the other day, and that, I know for sure that was bigger than the one I caught.
Yep. Yep.
So undersizing it, you know, makes it more spectacular. Yeah, there's a little drama. You got to have a little drama leading into this weigh-in.
Yep.
Can't show all your cards. You know, as a bass fisherman, as many bass as you've caught in your lifetime, as many titles as you've won, and many times you've been on the podium, you know when you see a fish and your fist is under that mouth and you lip that fish and your knuckle is just on the lower side of the gills and there's all that all the way down to where it connects, another like half a foot, you know something special's happening.
That's right.
Take it back over to Trey McKinney.
Speaking of something special happening, it's been happening for him today.
Ooh. We figured close to 25 pounds. He's listed as 2312, but we figured close to 25.
He's not done either.
Oh, no.
He's moved around a lot. I think he kind of got away from his best area, but he's got more. Here we go.
Fat one.
We're all dying to see this fish.
caught a glimpse of it when it jumped. I didn't think it was that big, but he sure did take his time with it.
He's awfully quiet. Got out of the timber all week.
Oh, fat. Definitely bigger than a 3-pounder.
Yeah. Wanted to see the fish, saw the fish, did not see the lure.
Really?
Wanted to see the lure too, right?
3 1/4.
No.
To have a small profile, he can hide those lures.
Yeah, I
can't
mean,
he?
he's amazing. He's one more look at that catch there. Going to add something to the bottom line for him. I think that's over 3 pounds. That was the smallest fish, so he'll be culling.
Yeah. If there were any doubt, which I don't think we thought he had just 23-12, we were thinking more like 25. He is 100% over 25 pounds.
Oh, yeah, no doubt.
He gave that 3 1/4.
Yeah.
3 1/4. Okay. As little as he could give it, I bet. Trey McKinney on top. Wes Logan now finds himself almost 4 pounds back. Easton Fothergill coming around after a slow start in his regular season in 2025. Coming around in a big way, it looks like. Drew Benton, Hunter Shryock, John Cox, as we say. Such mentioned it earlier. He joins the top 10. Corey Johnston with his good one we saw moments ago. Tyler Williams. A lot of people picking Tyler Williams to do well here. Kyoya Fujita and Will Davis Jr. round out our top 10. Plenty of time to catch more big ones on Ray Roberts. Our live coverage continues on into the afternoon here. Lake Ray Roberts, the 2025 Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic, presented by Under Armour. Trey McKinney of Illinois, the young man on top, second-year elite competitor. Easton Fothergill, a rookie on the Bassmaster Elite Series in second place. Wes Logan, a good limit of fish there. 20 pounds and 5 ounces. Drew Benton, Hunter Shryock, John Cox, Corey Johnston has moved into the top 10. We saw that happen moments ago. Tyler Williams of Maine, our only Maine angler in the Bassmaster Classic this year. Kyoya Fujita, I think that's who we're looking at right now beneath our leaderboard. Yeah, there he is. Kyoya, a great rookie season in 2023. Started 2024 with a win on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Looking to do well here. He likes the state of Texas, would like to do very well.
He certainly was maybe on the short list, Tommy, of favorites, especially with the technology and using forward-facing sonar, picking off objects. I'm at the Yokohama Tires Screen of Knowledge. I want to talk about some of those favorites, at least maybe not from our pundits or from the anglers who's picking the favorites, but from the fans for Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing. It's kind of interesting to me. These were the 3 highest percentage picked anglers this week. 39% for Ben Milliken in bucket B. Kyle Norsetter, whose bucket E is 34%, and Lee Livesey in bucket A is 32%. We organize these buckets based on classic pedigree and performance, not necessarily AOY standings. So in bucket A with Lee Livesey is Chris Zaldane, some of the Johnston brothers, things like that. I was surprised to see Kyle Norsetter there, but then when I looked at bucket E, he's the only Elite Series angler in bucket E. It's Nation anglers, Opens anglers, college anglers, so that may inflate. It's not like he's a local advantage. That may inflate his percentage. We know Ben Milliken is apt to throw big baits, and that's what has been kind of served up here. Lee Livesey, 32%. I was more shocked, guys, out of the highest percentages, that Chris Zaldane was only 12% selected for bucket A. I don't know, if I'm being completely honest, if fans trust Chris Zaldane in the Classic because he's had the tendency to go for it, which means a possibly bad finish. So when it comes to the big-time performers, at least the percentage-wise, kind of an interesting group of favorites, and we'll get into that more with other favorites later on. But those are the 3 for Rapala that were the highest picked anglers.
You don't pick based on fear of someone doing bad, do you, Ronnie?
No.
You personally, I mean.
There's only 2 anglers on my do not pick list, and that is Carl Jacobson and Steve Kennedy, because they have betrayed me too often. But Chris, in this event, I felt a little bit more comfortable doing that.
Okay.
Betrayed you? Did you say they betrayed you?
Yes,
Ronnie?
when they get top 10s, Davey, they're not on my team. When they get bottom 10s, every time on my team. So I just said I got to stop picking them for their sake and my sake.
There's a correlation there.
All right. Well, Ronnie knows what Ronnie knows, and we appreciate that.
Not a whole bunch.
It's a lot.
Anglers ask him not to pick them. Easton Fothergill had a 6.5 pounder to get up to 23 pounds, 4
Oh,
ounces,
boy.
second
Wow.
place. That's a second 6 pounder. He caught a 6.4 at 8:30.
Man's going to turn things around for 2025 in a big way. Let's get back out to our leader, Trey McKinney.
He's looking. We've seen this before. You could just tell the way he is looking at his graph.
Biggin, biggin, real biggin.
Mm-hmm.
Come on. Come on. Come on. Let's get it, boys. Woo! Come on.
Watch that bait fly out here, Davey.
Okay. That's another stud. Okay. Gosh, this lake is good. Let's see how big it is. Yes, sir. Red. 4 3/4 right there. Ray Roberts, Bassmaster Classic. Come on, dude. I'm trying to stay like not too wild because if I like my inner motions let it scream, we'd have earplugs. And I'm just trying to I don't know, stay calm because this is insane. Cole, look at that football. Flip. Catch him off.
So looking out for 30 pounds now, I think, is what we're doing. Huh?
Pretty impressive there, Tommy.
Oh, that's just, he's unstoppable.
And I think we noticed his demeanor during this catch because when we watched him on Okeechobee, you know, he was going through 1-pounders to get to 5-pounders to 6-pounders. So you know, like most of your bites here are going to be big, and you got to stay calm and get that fish to the boat. And he's quietly putting him in the well, and things are looking good. But a very different demeanor, a very different Trey McKinney. We're saying very cool, calm, and calculated.
I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing that this is just his second year on the Elite Series, and I could tell just his posture when he made that cast with that jerkbait that, you know, he was throwing to a big one. I mean, you can just tell when he sets up just right before he makes a cast. Oh, it's about to happen.
You called it. You said exactly that. He was his body stature.
Yep.
And just everything about him.
Tommy, if you say we're threatening 30. That means the record should start shaking in its boots a little. 32-3 by Paul Mueller in 2014. That's the number to look at. When we get to 30, that's the next number.
Lake Guntersville. What year was that, Ryan?
14.
14, okay.
Yeah.
That's one on Bass Track over 25 pounds, 25 and a half. I think he's got a little bit more.
Mm-hmm.
And if you notice, he's moved around quite a bit. Once he got to that 20, whatever he was calling it, it was probably 20. He's hooked up again. Oh, thought he was. He's in a totally different area of the lake. So I think he's bouncing around just like, hey, I got about the target weight I need. Let's just go try over here. I don't know if it's very good, but we'll give it a shot.
He's on the insurance program right now.
Yes.
And that's a first day move. That's not a last day move. Last day is pretty scary to start running around and making odd choices that may pan out. This is the day to do it. This is the day to leap way ahead if you can. Makes everybody second guess what they're doing.
So talking to Chris Zaldane and Lee Livesey, top two favorites coming in to this event, they talked about patience and staying in an area and knowing you don't have to catch but 6 or 7, maybe 8 fish to have that 25-pound stringer. Be much more difficult to do that. Even a Lee Livesey and a Chris Zaldane tomorrow, like you said, second guessing what they're doing when they see an Eastern Fothergill and a Trey McKinney. And you just have to know they're not sitting on one place.
Yeah.
They're moving around using their electronics. These last few hours, though, very crucial. We'll see some people that are way down in the standings right now move up in the top 10 in the last 2 hours of fishing. It's that time of the year, especially with a south wind. Much warmer now than it was 3 or 4 hours ago. We can certainly tell that sitting right here.
Like a happy Ewok who just caught a 5+, 5.5 to get up to 7th place, his 5th fish.
RG, yeah. To a man who's won a classic in the state of Texas down by Houston, Lake Conroe, Jordan Lee.
You remember that he didn't have a limit days 1 or 2.
Right.
Had 3 fish for only like 8 and change, and 21 pounds and 27.
This would be fish number 2 for him.
We caught one. Was not the way I was expecting to catch my first bass. On a Nico rig, hit worm, 12 o'clock. Was not part of my game plan today, but yeah, we got time. We still got time. Yeah, that was a good hook set.
Like we mentioned, these anglers still have till 3:30, 4 o'clock before check-in. They still have 3 hours and change.
Yeah. The best 3 hours.
Trey McKinney still on top, extending his lead just over the past few minutes here. Easton Fothergill trying to keep pace with and doing a pretty good job of it. Wes Logan and Ford. We saw Jordan Lee right there. A lot of people picking him to do well. He would be the only angler with 3 and only 3 classics, and he's got a good reason why he wants it.
Bassmaster Classic Champion on!
This is it, the World Championship. The Bassmaster Classic, the test of the best.
Looking for 914. 8 pounds, 11 ounces.
Jordan Lee, 2-time classic champion, is back to prove he's the one to beat.
I think just the blessing it was to be on there once and to be on there twice is a dream come true. You know, no matter what tournament it is, I mean, I would love just to win maybe one more for my son and just to have him be there. He's getting old enough now where he understands what Dad does, so I think that would be really cool.
You know, the Newport Bassmaster Kayak Series, a very big deal and getting bigger each year. Of course, we've got a tournament coming up in April, but right now, this week, today, it has concluded. The Yamaha Right Waters Bassmaster Kayak Series Championship, scored by Tourney X, has reached its conclusion, held in conjunction with the Classic here over on Lake Fork, and the results from that weather-shortened event will be revealed today at the weigh-in over there at Dickies Arena. So we're all kind of waiting on the results for that. That's a big one. That's sort of the classic of the kayak world right there.
I thought
Check
you
it
were
out on
about to give it away.
Bassmaster.com.
And Tommy, I thought you were about to give away the results there. I was like, no,
I don't know the results, Ronnie. You don't either.
I don't either.
No,
I just know a couple of the people that'll be on stage, but you don't know what order they're in.
Right.
How about this result? Jay Shakir at 6-pounder. He's up to 7th place.
Wow.
That's 17 pounds on the day.
Another dangerous character. Back out to Justin Hamler, our defending champion.
Oh my God. How did I freaking miss him too? Giant. Stay on, girl. Stay on. Oh my gosh. Come here, baby. Come here, baby. Come here. Yeah! Woo! That was the 3rd time she bit. That's my new Halo rod. Oh, scoping rod. She come up there and bit the glide bait. Threw in there with, oh, minnow. She hit it off, missed her. Threw in again, got her. That's a Bassmaster Classic right there. Let's go! Yeah! Whew. All right. I can't believe she bit again. That'll get you fired up. I can't breathe. That was a good 3-pounder. She was sitting there in that tree. She's got a friend too that's the same size. They kept chasing my jerkbait, but they wouldn't commit to that glide bait. She was about it. I don't know how I missed her, but either way, there's her friend right there.
I don't think anyone's going to sleep in Justin Hamler's boat anymore today.
He's woken me up, man. Oh, man. He kind of lectured us about getting complacent. He wasn't complacent. He knew it was going to happen, apparently.
He was not. We talked about that earlier. You better not sleep in Justin Hamler's boat in the Bassmaster Classic.
Because it's messed up. Yep. I don't know. we ain't supposed to talk about this yet. That right there, new from net bait. What is this thing even called? It's called an unnamed net bait with bait fuel. I got some of the little ones. The prop duster. So we got 3.5 inch. This is a 6.5 inch. Just that bigger size, beefier. Got that little kick and tail. That thing just wobbles, but it actually makes the whole body wobble with it. And of course, got that bait fuel in there. Actually just got them for this week. We've been working on it all winter, trying to get that thing dialed in. That bigger profile, that's what it's at. Sorry, I'm still shaking. This is so much fun. Let's get some more of them. Oh, net bait prop duster. Prop duster.
I think we've all been
the
crop
first time
dusted.
they told me, I thought they said crop duster. I'm like, what are we doing?
He put that fish in as a 5-0.
Oh.
John
Every
Cox
bit
just
of it.
caught a 4-0, and he's inside our top 5 or 6 right now. Well,
Let's get back. We can't get too far from Trey McKinney. He's been providing the fireworks for the better part of this day one.
Oh gosh. Got her. Got her. Got her.
Oh. Did someone just jump off the front of his boat, or was that a bass?
Cannonball.
Hadn't heard that one yet.
We gotta leave. We can't burn too many of these fish. I thought they were all gonna be like 6, 7. Come on, one hook, come on. Stop it. Stop it. Why do they want to jump so bad? Come on. Let's go. Come on, baby.
Yeah, you think we're going to get a little segment on the bait and the name?
He'll be inspired by Hamner and show us exactly what's going on here. No, I guess not. No. Bad call again by me.
I'm sure he'll do it after he weighs. He'll pull the bait out of his.
Like you said, there's plenty of time.
Yeah. Bing. Oh boy, we're having fun. I know someone's having fun. Trey McKinney and his whole family and everybody.
Yeah.
Everybody pulling from Trey. What a day he is having here in the Bassmaster Classic.
Pretty good showing for your first Bassmaster Classic. Nice work, Trey McKinney. Getting out there and knocking out well over 25 pounds on day number 1. There's your leaderboard at the 2025 Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic, presented by Under Armour. And Trey McKinney, who has the 4th largest 4-day total ever. The Bassmaster Elite Series, or with the Bassmasters, I should say, in the lead right now at 26, and we think probably well over 26 pounds ahead of Easton Fothergill, the rookie. The Elite Series, Wes Logan has joined the fray, but he's still a good ways back. Drew Benton and Jay Shakurit now has bounced into the top 5. In case you missed it a few minutes ago, our defending champion, Justin Hamner.
Come here, baby. Come here, baby. Come here. Yeah! Woo! That was a very good. That's the Bassmaster Classic. Let's go! Yeah!
Trey McKinney still holds that lead, and he's on a mission here at this Classic. He's trying to prove himself to all the other elite anglers.
You know, I feel like, you know, when I'm a little young coming into the Bassmaster Elite Series, you know, I feel like, you know, it's not like you get accepted into the group real easy, you know. It's, you're kind of the young guy on the block. I feel like just winning the Classic would, you know, the respect of it is kind of where it would feel amazing, you know, just kind of maybe that would be kind of a whole other group, you know, the respect around the Classic. So, you know, maybe that kind of part of it kind of would feel good, you know, maybe certain people that are on the Elite Series, everything kind of, you know, make it a little easier on that part of the thing, but, you know, maybe it doesn't, maybe it goes the other way. So it is definitely an interesting time, but, you know, I feel like if I do everything that's right and I feel like it's right in my shoes, I think we're all good.
Being respected and being feared. Wait, is that the same thing, or is one preferable to the other?
Go ahead, Davey.
I have no idea.
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
We'll
hey, here's what
that.
I can say, man.
Right.
I have watched him for the last 12 months on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Most of all, I've watched him here today. Dude is a wrecking machine right now.
Absolutely.
Corey Johnston live.
Got Arkansas Stetson Blaylock finish his limit with a 5 1/4, almost to 15 pounds. He was 20th. He should be in our top 10.
Breathe. Another giant.
Let's go.
Come on, let's get rid of that 1 pounder now. Looking right, baby. Shook that fish off in practice. There we go. 2, 3. There's that much water on that piece of wood. I don't even know how she sits there. Look at that, that's nice.
Catching the ones you shook off in practice. Now that's being dialed
Dude's an
in a
animal.
little bit. He is an animal. He's a wrecking machine.
Yeah, you're on and off the water. All right, we're gonna slide across to Greg Hackney, eerily similar to Corey Johnston. Bassmaster Live.
Johnson up to 4th with that.
I don't know what's wrong with the power pools, but hopefully the afternoon turns out better than the morning did.
A little sarcasm right there from Greg Hackney.
Well,
keeper.
We could catch them behind them other elite guys.
Number 2, things starting to happen on Ray Roberts right now. Getting to see some traditional old school fishing. Ferrendos.
Oh. Well, let's hunt down Robbie Floyd. We know he's out there staying on top of it. As always, I think he's possibly with one of our big movers. In fact, 3rd place, Wes Logan. What's going on in Wes's boat, Robbie?
Yeah, I had to go find a top 5 guy. And if I were to ask Wes Logan before this day started, you got 3 hours left in your day and you got 20 pounds, you happy with that? I think he'd probably be happy with that, but what's even better is he only has 4 fish and 20 pounds. So, you know, everything's gravy. That 5th fish is just going to be bonus. Doing the same thing he's been doing all day, maybe in a different spot. He caught one at the top of the hour about 35, 40 minutes ago, a 5-pounder, but he's flipping trees, standing timber. He says, I'm just trying to find that right depth. Now, he's not going to necessarily divulge what that exact depth he's looking for, but he's had a good old Randall Tharp jig. I said, any particular brand? He said, I'm just throwing that jig. It's just like home, but we don't have any timber. And he's definitely thickened the timber here today.
Yeah, so Robbie, I'm real curious about the water clarity and if there's any vegetation around where Wes is. Do you see the milfoil and all? Like in some areas we have that, in some areas we do not.
It is dirty where I'm looking at right now. I'm going to ask my boat driver, Jeff, is there milfoil here? Have you been seeing any milfoil?
Come on, Jeff.
Nope. He says nope.
There's
I
no
can't
doubt.
see it. I mean, I'm looking down in there. I can see about 1.5 feet into the water, 2 foot on the stump that's right there in front of him. I did see some grass on the other side of the lake, similar direction where he was fishing, but in here, not necessarily.
Robbie?
And the reason he said he moved from the other side, Jay Shakurit, another couple of anglers were on that side. He said it started getting too crowded, so he moved over to this side of that right arm. And when he did, he caught that 5-pounder, his last fish.
Robbie, dadgummit, we had heard that this tournament was going to have a lot of areas of guys fishing on top of each other. Are you seeing this with young Wes Logan?
No, not with Wes in here, but he did say there were 3 guys in that one area and it was getting a little too crowded for him, so he made that move to get away. Again, he's just looking for the same type of stuff on the other side. This is a little more protected where he was just a moment ago where he started. It was a little more windblown in here. It looks more like what I'm seeing Trey McKinney. I want to point out for all the fans at home, I'm getting sneaky. I'm getting better. I'm starting to watch Bassmaster Live on my laptop or on my tablet. I'm not cheap anymore. I actually got the T-Mobile service hooked up. So I'm watching what y'all are throwing down, and I'm seeing what these guys are doing. Similar but different. Right now, a little more calm, more like Trey, what I saw him catch that last fish. But just a moment ago, we were in some rougher stuff trying to do the same thing.
All right, Robbie, good stuff. Thank you very much. And we will be back with Robbie probably just moments away. He provides essential information. We've got some essential Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year information to share with you right now, where that race is at with the 2 events in the books. John Garrett sits atop the leaderboard. A great showing down in Florida for him. John Cox, another Floridian, in second place, or a Floridian in second place. David Gaston of Alabama. Bill Lowen, who won down there on the St. Johns River. And Will Davis Jr. in fourth. And there's Wes Logan, who Robbie was just with right there, having himself a great year. Good start down in the state of Florida. Our attentions will turn to the Carolinas after we come back to the Elite Series. After the Classic is done, and it's a long time before that Classic is done, Jay Securit, always up there in the top 7 or 8, it seems like. Jake Whitaker, and on down through the list. Let's get back out to Lake Ray Roberts over here in the eastern arm of it. All of our day spent in the eastern section of the lake. Scott Martin. It's been a while since we checked in with Scott.
He is just trenched in. He said he was going to fish that wind, shallow targets the entire day, and he has done exactly that.
Oh gosh, I got one. Oh my gosh. I got a freaking fish and I'm wrapped around a tree, dude. I don't understand what I got going on here, but I need a net. That was the craziest thing. That was, oh, what a blessing. Barely hooked too. Oh my gosh. Wow. My line was over the top of that tree and I was trying to get it, pop it off, and it felt funny. All of a sudden I saw a fish jumping. Oh my gosh. That was crazy, guys. Wow.
That's just how Daddy taught him, right?
Yeah.
Suchi's having a time, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's having a time over there.
Woo. In his defense, when being out there the other day, making casts, a big bow in your line, I mean, I can see where your line will get up against the tree, but I mean, he choked it.
He did. He tried to shake him. Davey, I actually remember you trying to shake one off on a Z show on Dale Hollow a few years ago.
Oh, you're
so
so like Suits. You sound so much like Suits right now.
It's the Bassmaster Classic.
Scott Martin, who rewrote the record books of the St. Croix Bassmaster Opens to qualify for this Classic. A little action started in this afternoon. Trey McKinney, though, still on top, commanding lead as it stands right now, but you never know when you might become vulnerable. Easton Fothergill on his tail. Wes Logan moved from 5th to 3rd. In a short period of time, Corey Johnston and Hunter Shryock round out our top 5. Jay Securit's moved up. John Cox and Stetson Blaylock. Robert G. as well, just in the past hour. We've got plenty more to come from here in Fort Worth.
If y'all are having trouble figuring out what's going on, you just hold on for the next few minutes, and I'll tell you about the love of my life, bass fishing, championship style.
2 pounds, 11 ounces, and the champion, Rick Carney is the man. Let's bring him up here. He is the winner of the Bassmaster Classic. There's your winner right there. He's going to be our winner, Bassmaster Classic champion. The new champion. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for your Bassmaster Classic champion,
lot of memories right there.
Yeah.
55 years of the Bassmaster Classic. Incredible. This is the Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic 2025.
You know, you would not believe it. I just got word from Mike McInnes in the production trailer. That was actually a young Ron Moore at the top of that there. Yeah, it was.
No, that was straight out of Hooterville. That was Tom Lester as Ebb from Green Acres.
Oh, sorry. I was mistaken.
Oh, Trey McKinney's our story today, that is for sure.
And really one of the stories today, and I'm going to throw this to you, Davey Height, is we heard coming in here from the favorites, and Chris Zaldane, Ali Livesey, that this was going to be one on hardcover, rock, foundations. So far today, that has not been the case. What's been interesting, it's kind of like that secondary stuff, that secondary cover leading to areas where they're fixing to spawn. And here's the best way to put it. Trey McKinney has laid a beat down on the field so far.
Yeah, he definitely has. To be honest with you, it's surprising that we didn't see the foundation, the rock scenario early today. But the wind, when it picks up like it has the last, I guess it started about 11 o'clock today, 10:30, 11 o'clock. You just can't get out there and fish those places.
Here's the other thing, man. There's a lot of anglers in this field, this classic field. They cut their teeth forward-facing sonar, jerkbait fishing on standing timber. Yeah. And granted, I can tell you right now, I did get word, Easton Fothergill doing a lot of similar stuff.
Okay.
It's kind of just like he's on a lake of his own so far. You look at guys like Hamner or Patrick Walters, you wonder why are we not seeing them up in the top. I think it'll be very interesting to see the anglers that we have on camera going into day 2, because obviously, we said this, looking at Corey Johnston, okay, guys like that, there is going to be a lot of diversity, but the one thing that is missing is what we thought was going to be the primary pattern, the primary technique, so far has not been a big factor.
Yeah, like I said, I think it's the wind. I mean, I just think it's been so difficult to try to do that because of the wind.
All right, well, let's take a quick look at our Dakota Lithium Bassmaster Rookie of the Year race. And Evan Kung, a Canadian, one of our international anglers, leading that one right now at this point. Bo Browning, Paul Marks, Tucker Smith, Amo. Oh, this is the Rookie of the Year points from last year, I believe. Is that right?
Current standings this year.
Well, that's right. Yeah. Bo Brown.
And just
Rookie of the Year. I'm sorry. I thought I was looking at. Okay, my bad.
Rookie of the Year this year. The surprising thing,
Don't pay attention to me.
I looks so odd is Easton Fothergill. Everyone expected him to come in here just blow the doors off of it, and he's had a little
tough start.
Kind of just seems like Easton Fothergill is getting revenge for the first 2 tournaments of the year. Uh-oh. This is
who we got hooked up here?
Robbie Floyd is. Look at this thing.
Uh-oh. This is Wes
Logan.
Logan.
Up, Terry.
Yeah.
God dang, dude.
That is a big old.
Are they going to say something? I don't know. Hell, I'll hand it to you.
Robbie doesn't want to touch him.
He's more than 15, I can promise you. Watch out, don't hurt yourself. He ain't going over this valley.
Go on now. Don't hurt yourself, boy.
There ain't no way. He ain't
no, he's a good fish.
You have your two-handed. Oh, what? That's 25-pound catfish. God. He wasn't coming off. No, I didn't know if it was a 14 or a catfish. I got him. Back it up. Damn, killing me. Back it up.
Back it up, Terry.
So you got to get your jig back. Can't get his mouth open. Yeah, I knew that was going to happen. Is he opening it up? You just threw your pliers off. I got
Oh, he's going to fight.
Hang on, they're coming to us. They're coming to us live, Wes.
What's going on there?
I got it.
They can take and bring it out.
Hang on.
Back it up.
This sucker's going back to Corinth, Texas. I got a big one, fellas. That might be a lake creek. I remember. Oh,
I do remember.
Man. My son Robert works at the Chili's up in Durant, Oklahoma. I wonder if I can get it to fry it up. All right. God dang it. We got scales on here?
He works at the Chili's. What is happening here right now?
That's a good one.
That is a good one.
You know,
right
Lake
there.
Fork's a good
That is
catfish lake as well.
Robbie Floyd, Power Pole, replay of the day. His boy works at the Chili's.
That's a little too big.
All right.
Back on the action
There we
here.
go.
Let's go.
Did
Stop.
Robbie Floyd just catch a catfish in the Bassmaster? What just happened there?
He got a hold of one. Wes Logan might have caught him.
What?
Four and a half hours after he caught his 8-0, John Garrett just landed his second fish, a 3.5 pounder.
Wow.
And the reports were that he lost a 9 or 10 after catching that 8.
Y'all were talking about that earlier.
He would be over 20 pounds with just 3 fish right now, Davey, if he lands that one. That's what's. There's going to be a ton of people, 26th to 56th, that have 6 or 8 pounds for the day, and say they lost 1 or 2 bigger than their total weight.
Well, I think one of the stories right now, looking at the unofficial standings on our Bass track, Ben Milliken, Lee Livesey, one bass
so much.
apiece. Yeah.
Half the Texas contingent not doing well. I'm going to ask both of you guys. I mean, it's always haves and have-nots in the classics. This one with the dynamic, with the big fish and you know, trouble getting limits, you know, up and down the leaderboard. Can you be a have-not on day number 1 and still put yourself in the conversation?
Well, I don't know about
going into 3.
I don't know about
day
one fish.
What?
I don't know about having one fish.
No, not one fish. But I mean, you could be a have-not. You could have 12, 15, 13 pounds, something like that.
yeah.
Can you with the dynamic here?
I've thought about that. I think you have to have at least 10 pounds on day 1. Because you go 10, 30, 30, then you're there.
Yeah.
But one fish, 3 pounds, no. You're, and that's what I'm just riding along with Lee Livesey, obviously, just listening to his strategy. Boat 56 is not where you want to be in the Bassmaster Classic taking off when we knew anglers were going to be piled up in these areas with the milfoil. But then when he started talking about, man, you just got to be patient. If I'm late, I might just get in the area and put my poles down and stay there all day and catch one every hour and a half. And I'm thinking, whoa, you're playing with fire there. But, hey, he's had more tournament success here.
It's a Davey Heights style right there.
Yeah, but I believe you, that's why I know. I mean, you could come in and go, wow, that was a bad move. He's won more money here than any other person in the field, so you can't argue with that. But you are playing with fire, saying, I'm going to put my poles down here and catch 25 pounds.
If you're just tuning in to Bassmaster Live right now, looking at we're starting to get near the creeping hour. You know, if you have not done your job, you start getting the voices right now speeding up a little bit. Looking at what Trey McKinney did today, this morning, he basically caught his fish and got out of that area.
Yeah.
He has not gone back. And here's the other side of that. He has been able to duplicate that almost in every spot he has stopped on.
Almost like he's looking at him.
Almost like he's looking at him.
But
he is.
You're exactly right. When he caught his 5th fish that put him like the 22, 23-ish, he got the heck out of there.
Absolutely.
He's nowhere near where I think he plans to fish most of this tournament.
And again, if you're just tuning in, it was so interesting to listen to him. A lot of your high-end, top-notch, forward-facing sonar fishermen in this tournament said, man, there's just so many trash fish out in this flooded timber, hard to distinguish. What am I looking at? Am I looking at drum? Am I looking at catfish, carp, and all of that? It was amazing to listen to Trey last night say, how he can distinguish how a bass goes vertical and up and down in the water. Hackney hooked up.
Hackney.
I can catch the bigger ones. I can't catch the little ones. Just got to keep poking at them, You poke enough, something gets poked.
Oh, yeah.
Looks calm and nice there where Greg Hackney is. Looks very, very nice.
Keep poking at him, Tommy Sanders.
Something's going to get poked. That's what he said. I hold to that theory for years and years. Greg Hackman. Weather looks pretty good here at the Bassmaster Classic Progressive Tailgate Party. Progressive Insurance Tailgate Party presented by Lippert right here in downtown Fort Worth. You can see way back in the background the iconic Tarrant County Courthouse at the end of the street. But we got a lot of action going here. People moving in and out there, visiting of course, the Bassmaster Classic Expo. So good getting going. All of this going. We're going to take inside the expo before too long here. Some good stuff going there, but a lot to see, a lot to do down here. And of course, everybody's going to head over at 3:15. Everything starts over at Dickies Arena. The whole weigh-in show begins, and first fish coming a little while after that. Trey McKinney, though, the man on top with 26 pounds, 23.4 for Easton Fothergill, and Wes Logan with 20. Round out our top three on Ray Roberts. Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic, presented by Under Armour, the 55th edition of this World Championship. Our live coverage brought to us by Humminbird on this day. We have seen a lot. It was cold, blowing, very, very windy and tough out there on the lake to start the day, but these guys were undaunted. They persisted. We have seen some big breakthrough moments, magic moments happen during the course of this day one action, and there is fishing time left. Believe you me, more things can happen in this short period of time, a couple of hours that we have, till we have to get them all back to the launch ramp and head toward Fort Worth for the weigh-in time. And Davey, Z, I think just seems to get better and better. I don't know, is that a function of warming up or just the guys really getting tuned in?
That's spring 101, really what we've got to see. I mean, it was a very, very cold night last night, starting to see bigger catches. I think the one interesting thing going in to day two, we've seen a lot of fish, what we just saw with Greg Hackney, looking at what Corey Johnston has done. Fishing small, little isolated, shallow pieces of wood. The interesting thing to me, will that stuff reload tomorrow into some? It should if you go off of time of year, because it looks like right now, if you look at what Trey McKinney is doing, that is not going to go away. I'm curious to see if this shallow wood reloads tomorrow.
Yeah, 100%, and I feel good about it, to be honest with you, because it is warming and this south wind. There's a better chance for those places to reload than maybe it would have been a day or two before now. Here's another big thing. This lake has basically been untouched for the last week. The winds have been so bad, these anglers have not been able to fish and really dial in like they're able to do today. So I'm looking forward to the best anglers in the world dialing it in here on Lake Ray Roberts.
We talk about tough weather, but you can tell it's a gorgeous day. We're having a great time here in the Bassmaster studio, sponsored by Marathon, our mobile edition here. And we got even more from inside the studio. Ronnie Moore standing by. He's brought his screen of knowledge with him all the way from the home 20.
I put it in my backpack, Tommy, and it was a little bit difficult getting in the truck, but it worked out. I'm at the Yokohama Tires screen of knowledge, and we were talking about favorites and how it's a little confusing looking at the fantasy fishing because we separate them in buckets. You have to pick and choose between some of the most popular anglers on this body of water. But when we think about Falcon Rod's Drain the Lake and Chris Zaldain being the angler that was one of the most picked, I think he was the most picked angler in Falcon Rod's Drain the Lake, 62%. What that tells me is they trust Lee Livesey's past history here more than Chris Zaldain's recent history, and they picked him more in Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing. But for Falcon Rod's Drain the Lake, if you're going to use an angler one time all year, they do trust that he could show up big in the Classic, and if he wins it, you get triple points this week. The other matchup I was thinking about was our TH Marine Pick'em Challenge, where you have the head-to-head 7 matchups. We've got some former Classic champs like Gussie and Hamner going against each other. One thing I wanted to note was we have 3 former Auburn University anglers in the field, outlasting how many Bethel anglers we have. And we actually pit them against each other, Jordan Lee and Logan Parks in the TH Marine Pick'em. Right now, Logan, everybody has a marshal or a cameraman, has 0 on Bass Track, and we know Jordan, it took him until noon to catch his first fish. So this matchup's still a lot to be decided, and like we talked about earlier, there will possibly be an angler that maybe has 10 pounds and is in the 40s today
slides in our top 25, and then is in contention to win it on that final day. So we will see. We will see.
Absolutely.
Quick question for you, Rodney. How often does the most picked angler, let's say Lee Livesey or Chris Zaldane, actually win an event? Not very often, is it?
No, not very often. I mean, those favorites that we talk about, those home favorites, they're the ones that get it done most of the time. The Johnstons on the St. Lawrence River, things like that. But it is maybe twice a year, 3 times a year tops. But yeah, that's out of 10 events. It's a lot of miscues for our selections.
Farthest of our anglers we covered today up this arm of the lake is Trey McKinney.
Good old Texas Pistolero.
Yeah,
right
absolutely.
Well, yeah, I know I can see it.
What's going on here? Has he got a fish hung up?
I haven't even seen a rod yet. He's hiding rods now too, so that's, I guess that's what's going on.
He has hit his lures well today.
Oh my gosh, it's like
well, we will grill him
Harry
up
Houdini
after the
Jr.
weigh-in
out
today.
there. Oh my gosh.
Hot.
No, he's having trouble with his graph or something, maybe.
Trolling motor? I don't know which it is.
Well, we lost the fish finder for right now, but it's all right. Okay, that turned back on. Yep, that turned back on. All right. Well, we don't have the Scoper Tilville vise, but we're good.
Well, when you got 26 pounds, you really don't need it.
Yeah, I think we took a few big waves out there in the monsoon, but I think we're just gonna go right up here and drag my jig through one of my spots real quick.
Is there monsoons out there, Tommy?
Well,
yeah,
apparently.
that's the big thing, guys. I mean, honestly, we already got a bag that, I'm good with. So if we don't catch another fish, we don't catch another fish. We just got to be prepared for tomorrow, So it's not, yes, is it a big deal? Absolutely. But it's not as big a deal as not having any. So actually, I think I know what I might do. Throw a big swim bait or something down the bank. I can't remember where this rock is. There's some rock way out here. But we're just gonna crank and wind.
Well, if you're going to have an equipment issue, that's a pretty good time to have it after you've knocked out a giant limit
It's a
during the course of the
What did
day.
you expect? I knew something had to go wrong. Everything can't be too sunshine and rainbows. I can still see it, but it's like something's wrong with it. There we go. It's just anything, boats, big waves. After you hit enough of them, something's got to give. Something's got to give. But it's warm enough, they should buy the big swim bait, so it's all right. Oh my gosh. Dude.
Tommy Z, I do believe
I reeled it
Trey
over and I
got
felt me hit a
permission
rock.
to call
I
the
pulled a rod.
service crews for his graph while still on the water, not having to come back calling to troubleshoot what
That
it
rock's
is.
in here somewhere, I just don't know exactly where it is. There's one rock. One. But if I come across it, I'll probably catch one. I might have just came across it. that's what we're gonna do. We're just gonna go throw a mag draft or any kind of like, I'm gonna throw a hangover or something like that over these points. The hangover's got a little bit bigger profile, which could be, it's gonna be good, I think.
Well, Trey's going to fish this spot. He's a little shy on his equipment right now, but he feels like he can fish this effectively without some of his sonar in action there. I want to talk about something that happened a couple of days ago, Wednesday as a matter of fact. Had another big fishing tournament going on, namely the Bassmaster Classic Progressive Celebrity Pro-Am held over on Eagle Mountain Lake, another lake in this Trinity River chain here. Had some great celebrities there, a lot of good times had, crawfish boil, all that good stuff. Spot caught some excellent fish. Mostly Bassmaster pros teamed up with the celebrities. The team's working very, very hard. Both members of the team had to catch fish if you were going to qualify to be a winner. And we certainly had a good time. And there we go. I think we just caught a glimpse of, there's our winning team, Lavelle Crawford, Emil Wagner.
Indeed.
Absolutely, and we are now graced with the presence of the champion there, Lavelle Crawford. Congratulations, man. Grammy-nominated comedy album. You've got a terrific stand-up career, so much great TV work, but is this possibly your greatest achievement right here?
Hey, man, so far, so good.
Okay.
So far, so good. This is a dream come true, baby. You know, I've been wanting to be a part of this a long time. Y'all don't even understand it. I got the magazine. I subscribe to Bassmaster. I don't read all of them. I just look at the pictures.
Yeah.
But
like everybody else.
Yeah. Every once in a while I read what bait to use, but you know I forget. But thank God I had it in my memory other day, so we can win, man. So
there were some pretty salty competitors out there that you were going up against.
Man,
you pulled off something great.
I thank God for the weather, man, because it was real bad, so nobody did nothing. I thought the fish were on Ozempic. I ain't know for sure because they was not biting, man. I mean, it was rough. I look and see their water is not as bad as where we was. I think they're a little safer. Look, like I couldn't even stand up. It's like I walk on a tightrope.
Now you fished with Emil Wagner. Big day.
Yes.
A lot of trash talking before the event yesterday. What was the key? What was the key yesterday?
Well, I had to prove myself after I talked so much stuff. I had to prove something. I was like, please, fish, you know, we'll throw you back. We promise. We promise. Please let us bite. But it was looked kind of shady for a minute, though. Thank God for Amo, man. Amo, he's a stick.
He's a real deal.
He's a stick, man. He's a stick.
Now, are you going to walk around the entire expo with that heavyweight belt today?
Yeah, I walked around in my knapsack. I carried it in my knapsack, but I don't have to wear it on my shoulder. You know, I mean, looking like a pro wrestler out there, you know, but it looked good on me, man. I felt real good about it. Amos said he wanted to win the belt. He wanted that belt so bad. He said that's what he lived for. I was like, well, I'll take a belt, a boat, a tire. I ain't care what happens. As long as we win. As long as we win. And we had to beat some tough. Parlanek came out there and caught a 10-pounder. I don't know if he was at the same lake he was at. I don't think he was at the same lake. I think he left.
Have you been catching bass since you were a kid?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm catching everything out there, man, from bass to catfish, man. I've been loving. My grandfather gave me a cane pole made of a tree, and I was catching bluegills, and I fell in love from there. And I wrote a children's book, too, called Fishing with My Big Daddy.
Oh, all right.
Yeah,
okay.
Man, it's a beautiful book. My son did all the illustrations, and it tells the story about the first time I went fishing. So I got that. It's out there on Amazon soon, and so y'all can check that out. It's a real good book. And then, you know, I love fishing, and it helped me. It saved my life. Like I told Hood Fishing Entertainment, I said, man, this saved my life. Saved my life.
Can I ask you a favor?
What's that?
Hold that belt up. Bring it up. Let's go. Let's go.
Let me put it all out there, baby. Yeah!
There it is. There it is, Tommy.
Lavelle Crawford, ladies and gentlemen, your champion.
Way to go.
Thank you, buddy.
Way to go.
Thank you.
Bassmaster Celebrity Tournament. Great stuff.
Awesome.
Thanks for joining us today. Went to school in northwestern Missouri up there in St. Joseph on the Missouri River. If you can catch bass on the Missouri River, you can catch them anywhere.
Absolutely right.
That's for sure. Good stuff. It was a great, great event. This has become a tradition here at the Bassmaster Classic.
Look at that shot right there.
Yeah, once again, let's salute the champions. Mel Crawford and Emil Wagner, your champs for 2025. And we got plenty more to come from here in Fort Worth momentarily. The Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic, presented by Under Armour, is sponsored by Mercury, by Power Pole, and by Progressive Insurance. More of the scenes from our fantastic host city, Fort Worth, over at the Dickies Arena. Things are going to crank up about 3:15 local time, the pre-show. For the weigh-in there, lots of pageantry, lots of fun, games, celebrities, some good, good stuff. Well, let's catch ourselves up on what we have seen in this sort of fast-moving day here. Every day moves fast at the Classic. Whether Yamaha midday report. Let's take you out to Lake Ray Roberts and start with our defending champion, Justin Hamner.
Yes, looking at Justin Hamner, one of the anglers that said he definitely had a big practice, was looking forward to his first spot. Might have been a little bit affected by the wind. Right now, sitting in 21st place with 10 pounds unofficially. Need to have a couple more fish catches. Big one here just after our lunch break from Justin Hamner.
Yeah, Justin Hamner needs a couple more of those. That is kind of the magic number that I think we all agreed you have to have today to really give you a chance to still win this event.
Let's go!
Definitely not the start that Justin Hamner wanted.
Scott Martin here. Basis of his great performance in the Opens in the St. Croix Bassmaster Opens last year, fishing his third Classic. Got a couple of good ones in the boat.
Exactly. Scott Martin fishing very, very shallow, really from 3 to 5 feet of water, fishing little drains with isolated patches of milfoil. A little bit of targets right there where he said he was hoping this warmer weather. Well, that was not the case this morning. Very, very cold here in North Texas. Getting it done on a bladed jig. Scott Martin unofficially 17th place, 11 pounds and 12 ounces. This was a little bit of a hot mess with Scott Martin moments ago.
Yeah, Scott Martin was one of the anglers we had camera with that said, hey, I didn't have the greatest practice, but I've won tournaments when you don't have a good practice. Oftentimes, and we've heard it with anglers, seen it with anglers like a Chris Zaldane, a Lee Livesey, maybe sometimes when you do have a great practice, things don't work out. Chris Zaldane here, currently unofficially in 15th place, 12.5 pounds, not where he wants to be, but certainly still in contention. And I got to say it again, the best fishing hour or two, depending on what flight you're in, of the day is ahead of them.
Absolutely. Really secondary rock area. Stop signs before they go to spawn. Rock and call it 4 out to 12 feet of water, whether it's rock, house foundations, pond dams. Definitely still in the mix for one of the biggest favorites in this tournament. Chris Zaldane, 15th place unofficially, 12 pounds and 8 ounces.
You had to know that if the tournament was won offshore on those isolated hard spots, that Chris Zaldane will be a guy to beat. It just doesn't look like this tournament shaping up like that.
Corey Johnson, everybody looking for him to do well here. He's just such a top-tier elite guy that he does well everywhere.
Oh, you nailed it, Tommy. You called him an animal. That is exactly what he is. Starting on isolated rock areas, just like Chris Zaldane, putting a couple keepers in the boat for Corey Johnson, then going up shallow, doing a little bit what we've seen with Greg Hackney. Very, very shallow. That's the one thing from a lot of anglers said later in the day. I'm talking if you've got 8 to 12 inches of water, a lot of flipping, fishing a jig. A couple good fish in the boat right now for Corey Johnston. If he can call that smallest one in his boat, Corey Johnston will be in position going into day 2.
Yeah, how many times through all the years that we've covered these tournaments, fished these tournaments, do you see anglers like a Corey Johnson didn't really have a very good practice, but you see him putting together something on day one? He definitely is someone we will have to watch for the rest of this weekend. I just think his tournament will get better and better.
Absolutely.
How about our tournament leader, Trey McKinney? Man, it didn't take him long to get things cranked up. Look at this giant that came in fairly early today.
Yep.
Heck yeah, dude.
Big in right there.
She deserves one. Freak show.
Well, Trey McKinney said his main goal was to start this event, catch about a 14 to 16 pound stringer. Well, that was not the case. Early this morning, his first 5 bites, putting him up around 22 pounds.
Get it right.
Conservatively.
Come on. Got 24 pounds, guys. Right here. Like the
Speaking of watching these tournaments for a long time, seeing how anglers are adjusting and what they're doing, Trey McKinney has made it look very easy today.
Yes.
Very, very. It's not like a lucky, and I'm saying we're closer to 30 than we are to 25 with him, but he has made it look easy, and he's not going away.
And listen, after having 22 pounds, he has made significant calls in other areas that might play huge going into day 2.
Ray Roberts, Bassmaster Classic. Come on, dude.
Trying to be the youngest ever to win that Bassmaster Classic.
Got her. Got her. Got her.
He had to shut himself off at the second place. Look, I got to go. The only thing that really shut him down was having an equipment issue. You know, that's the only way you can stop him from catching fish out here.
I mean, dude, that's doing some calls right there.
Yes.
A lot of his work looks to be, we'll try to find out for everybody watching Bassmaster Live, looks to be a lot of work on a deeper suspended jerkbait.
Correct.
See if we can kind of dive in on that tomorrow, Davey.
Well, that is your Yamaha midday report for the day, and there is the evidence of what's going on out there. Trey McKinney with that fantastic lead. We think it may be well over 26 pounds. Easton Fothergill getting things turned around here in 2025. Huh?
Easton Fothergill.
Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, Easton Fothergill.
Thank you.
It's an elegant name.
Good to be back.
Wes Logan, Corey Johnston, Hunter Shryock. Top 5 there. Benton Shakura, John Cox, Stetson Blaylock, and Robert G. Pretty powerful group up there assembled at the top 10. How much will it change before we reach the end of our fishing day? There's still plenty of time. We're back, more fishing time, hour and a half or more for these anglers, depending on which flight you're in, at the 2025 Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic, the World Championship presented by Under Armour. The 3 most special days in the sport of fishing. At the end of it, someone's life will be transformed. Someone will realize a long-held dream on this week. Start the spring of 2025. A lot of people were expecting big fireworks from this man right here, Lee Livesey, East Texas, probably most prominent angler at this particular point in time, and just hasn't caught on for him today.
I saw her eat it, big one. Barely hooked because she ate it. Right there. That's it.
Atta boy.
That's more like it. I saw her eat it.
You saw her eat it?
I saw her eat it with a 6 cents flush. Pink, baby. That's a donk. Ray Roberts, baby. That's number 5.
Fatty.
That's a tub. We need 4 more of those. 3, 4, 5. That's it, baby. Told you there was one in there. How many times have I thrown right there? 100?
At least 30.
4 more. Yeah, just call it 5.5. That's what's in here is that.
We're going to have to find out what he has in his live well, because we've had him at 1 fish for the better side of 3 hours, and I think he just said 5 fish. Ronnie, do you know how many he has?
Livesey just said, yeah, that's
He's
his
got a
limit
limit.
fish. 5.5 to end. He's got
Okay.
15 and a half or 16 pounds now. Yeah.
Which would be close
For
to
Lee
top
Livesey
10.
could be 21 pounds, more than likely. Okay.
Because then he said he needed 4 more 5 seconds later.
He needed 4 more like that.
Well, to replace,
yes.
that's the
Yeah.
tone setter now, Peter. That's the
He's
one that
got
you
a
want to keep,
3
the
and
other
a-
4 to get rid of.
How about Koya Fujita up to 20 pounds? He just caught a 6.5 pounder after a 6-pounder earlier. He's in 4th place. 19-12 on 14 on Bass Track.
He likes to win tournaments in Texas.
Yeah, he does. Key fish getting caught. Carl Jacobson with a 5-pounder. Our international contingent is doing well.
Small thing. Oh, he looked decent. Oh, shoot, bigger than I thought. I was acting like he was a 2-pounder. That's a 4. Can't tell you about that 6 cents flush.
Pink.
Bubble gum. I'm gonna weigh him.
Okay, so we're just hearing he went
mystery salt.
back to back on this spot right here with a bladed jig. You don't see a pink bladed jig very often, ever.
That just goes to show when we talk about the isolated cover of a rock or a bush or a tree and how he's fishing grass in an area. He's now found that cast, Z, and now it could be, he could cull everything out right here.
And predicting that the fish were going to move into that area because he knows the area so well, and after throwing 1,000 casts, he anticipated that moment. And there it was.
We've seen him put together massive, dominating wins 2 times. Lake Fork.
Is a hot mess right now
He
in that
really
boat.
is. He's
Listen,
excited.
and Lee will tell you this. I have fished with him before. He gets it done, but it is ugly. It is ugly at times.
Well, it's not how, it's how many.
612.
Okay.
Ooh.
Okay.
Yep. That's a big fish. Yep. Mm-hmm. These are all close to 3 or over 3.
So that big one we just saw him catch was the end of a back-to-back-to-back.
Yes.
Just quick run per cameraman Jake. Jake Latondras.
And I believe the clarification is the 5.5 that went into Bass Track is now 612.
612. He was slightly off.
Slightly
off.
Yeah.
Thought it was like a 2-pounder.
Oh, it just came straight back.
It's rolling out of there.
Well, he has just become a factor when about 45 minutes ago he was not. 45 minutes ago he had 1 bass.
He is now in our top 10.
Wow.
Well in our top 10.
He's got winning ways out here among the Bassmasters. You can look at those victories, those high finishes of his, and also his classic record. And there it stands right there. His best by far has been last year's classic. Never over 15th. That's strong.
20 pounds, 5 ounces, and I got a 3. I got 2 3-2s. That changed quick. That changed quick.
Yes, it did.
Who is that, Lester? I don't know who else would be blue and yellow.
It is.
Brandon Lester.
Dude, that was a move. No, I'm talking about me fishing up to there and turning around. Yeah, I fished through here, didn't get a bite. Caught those two turning around and caught a 4, a 7, and a 3 something. And I think the best stuff's behind us. Yep, big time. Why the hell aren't we live? That's what I want to know.
We are.
Oh, we are?
We're live right now.
Sorry.
We cussing.
It's all good.
Sorry, Mom. We went from 1 bass to 20 pounds in 10 minutes. One change. I just picked a bad area this morning and tried to make it work way too long. It kind of got muddy. It got cold. It had the wrong wind blowing in it this morning or last night or something. Or they just started biting, who knows. Made a great decision to move down the lake. Need 2 more of those big ones. We got 2 3-2s, we get 2 6s. That'll give us 6 more pounds, that'll give us 26. That's where we need to be. We need to be in that 26 to 28 range a day, I think. That thing came out like a rocket when I smoked her.
Well, he has thrown a bladed jig a lot today. Other anglers that we've seen do that, Scott Martin. Well, that little 15-minute flurry right there is probably one of the biggest shifts in this tournament, like you said.
Never goes like you want it to. Got to keep working.
Well, it's a good 30 degrees warmer than it was
It is.
when they
It's
took
all
off
of
this
that.
May, every bit of that. And it'll be 10 degrees warmer tomorrow morning than it was this morning. So we may have some different looks to things tomorrow.
You can't throw that 3/8 into the wind, I know that. At all.
Throwing a 3/8, that tells you
Two more
how
big ones. 2
shallow
6 something.
these fish are. Generally, whenever you hear an angler throwing a 3/8, they're 2 feet of water and less. You can see that wind blowing off of that point that Livesey's on right there.
All right. We'll work this over about another 5 minutes. We're going to start moving around. We need 2 more 6 somethings. We need to get around 26. Come on, 2 more bites. I'll take 3 more 6s.
Our production manager,
Should've
Mike
listened to my
McInnes,
gut.
is
My gut told me to start here. I was too
fired
scared.
up.
Yeah.
Lee
I thought I
Livesey
was gonna get a lot more
leading
bites
his
over
fantasy
there, though,
team.
Yeah.
and I didn't get any. Yeah, I mean, that is definitely
Pure
a
adrenaline
possibility.
now in that director's seat.
100% a possibility. Ooh, this sucker is rolling right now. Thought that boat was about to come in here.
Lee Livesey showing us how fast it can happen, how quickly your day can turn around. Just had not much when he went to that spot there, and as he said, turned it around with a couple of
That was
good keepers,
big.
then
That
caught
was
some big ones.
big moment.
Yeah, huge right there. We've got him unofficially in 9th place. I don't think it's listed there. We've got a little disagreement there, but we'll sort that out. We'll make it agree by the time we come back. But Trey McKinney, everyone can agree on that. He has caught more big bass, more poundage than anyone else on the course up today. Easton Fothergill, Lee Livens. Oh, Lee's on the way up to 3rd. There we go. Okay. All right. Yeah, now we got it straightened out. Wes Logan, Kyoya Fujita, Corey Johnston, Hunter Shryock, Drew Benton, Jay Shakura, and John Cox now in our top 10 first day. Keys Arena in about an hour and a half, around 3:15 Central Time. The weigh-in show will begin to take place there. Lots to see there, lots of fun. Lights, camera, action, celebrities, big-time fishing in anticipation of the weigh-in starting just a little bit later, and that's going to be something else.
I'm going to say my favorite part of the Bassmaster Classic is the arena. It's when, after a long day on the water, you've had 4 days of practice, and you forget about everything. As soon as you go through that curtain and you see that crowd, and you hear your music, you see your face on the big screen, and it makes it a lot better when you're pulling fish out that live well.
There's so much energy as you pull into that arena, and they pull you in front of the stage, and you grab that bag and you make your way up. The noise, the sounds, the applause, the cheers, the lights. It never gets old.
For the first time ever in Bassmaster Classic history, a stage dive. Go Ike for Mike Iconelli!
You know, when you're a kid and you dream about being on the Bassmaster Classic, I mean, back home in Lake Tuscaloosa, I'd catch like a 2.5 pounder and just, yeah, never give up. That whole deal, like, to be able to actually go out there in front of the crowd, pulling them big old fish out of that live well, it's pretty good. I need to do it again tomorrow.
Yes, sir. Yep, all coming up here. Doors open at 3:15 Eastern Time. See it right here at Bassmaster.com. See the whole pre-show, the whole weigh-in, taking you through the whole process. That's a big part of this week here. I mean, everything is done up, and you get to see it all. You can be a part of it. If you live in the area, you can come on out to Dickey's Arena. See it all in person. I wouldn't hesitate to. In the meantime, we got a little bit of fishing left. Actually, more than just a little bit of fishing. We got enough time for big things to happen out at Lake Ray Roberts. We just saw Lee Livesey turn his day around within the past 45 minutes. Going from very, very tough situation to all the way to 3rd place. I mean, that's how fast it can happen in a place that's got fish this size.
Absolutely, and one of the biggest things we've not seen is a flurry, except for Trey McKinney. Not the case with Lee Livesey here in the last 45 minutes. Back out with him live.
That's a keeper. Oh yeah. Damn. That's a 4 maybe. Or give me a pound. No, he wasn't as big as I thought. Freaking choking that thing, man. Yeah. It'll get rid of the 3-2. Yeah, they are choking that color. Definitely not as big as I thought he was. Oh, he's a 4.
Yeah, I was going to say, got to be 4 pounds.
Number 5. 21 pounds. Sure, 5's right there, yep.
You're really a 6-pounder from the goal.
Yep. Good little coal. Might need you the 3rd day. Still, baby.
Oh, yes. Know what that means? Brando.
Great performance by Lee Livesey in a very short period of time. I think it qualifies.
Well, it was a slow, painful morning. You heard Lee Livesey say that he was going to force something early this morning, said it did not have the right wind. Well, he located the right wind shortly before 1 p.m. Your marathon peak performance here for day number 1, Peter Miller. One of the biggest favorites, fair to say, the biggest favorite coming into this tournament. Lee Livesey, marathon peak performance unofficially, 21 pounds and 12 ounces.
And what I love about that is that he predicted it. Hundreds of casts. He knew they were moving in, and then he catches 5 back to back to back to back to back.
I would say the voices were starting.
Well, Lee Livesey, I mean, you gotta say he thinks he was born to win, and you look at his record, and you have to agree, actually.
No way.
No way! No way!
Yeah!
No way!
8-3. Chasing this dream, chasing the elites, chasing the Bassmaster Classic, you know, that's always just been a dream. You know, I fell in love with fishing, just fishing. You know, fishing off the bank, fishing ponds, fishing my grandpa, my mom and dad catching brim, crappie, catfish, carp, whatever. You know, that's where I fell in love with the sport of fishing.
Lee's journey runs deep in East Texas fishing traditions.
Let's go! Yes! Finally got a good one today.
As a professional guide, he's spent years mastering these waters and helping others land the fish of a lifetime. With multiple wins and record-setting performances at Lake Fork, Lee has built a reputation for landing the kind of bass that turn heads. Now with the 2025 Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic presented by Under Armour on the horizon, he's ready to chase the ultimate prize.
And then when you get there, you get a little bit of taste of that blood. You win an elite, you get a little bit more taste of blood in your mouth. You want more. It just makes you hungrier. You want to win more. I want to win a classic. I want that trophy sitting in my office for sure.
Competing against the best in the world, Lee is determined to prove he's got what it takes to bring home a championship.
There we go. Guarantee you. In and out. Come on, Schmidt, go the other way, please.
Really only one angler in that area is Brandon Lester, kind of to himself right now, which...
All right. It is 2 o'clock, 1:55. We made a good move, made a good decision, you know, went through our process. Started in an area just wasn't right, or I think we had some really cold water get blown in there off the main lake. It was getting muddy, and I just didn't get bit, man. I kind of went through everything. Had one little sneaky deal, and Cox was back there hammering them. And we came up here with 1 bass, and we've caught at least 5, maybe 6 since we've been in here pretty quick. Got 1 big one and 4. We've got like 21 pounds, right at 21 pounds. So we still have 2 3s. So we're looking for 2 6+ pound bites right now, which is very doable. Got about an hour and a half left till I gotta go. So I'm looking for 2 key bites, 2 big bites in the next hour and a half. And we'll get where we need to be. I want in that 26, 27 range. I don't know if they just started biting or if I just got around them. Yeah, I mean, y'all saw it, man. I was already, it never works like you think it's going to from practice. Never does. You always got to go through the process, figure stuff out, you know. I mean, an hour ago, I was going through my head on what speech I was going to do on weighing 1 bass in on the classic stage in Texas. And now I'm thinking about 30, you know. Now I'm trying to catch 30 pounds. So you just can't ever give up. You got to go through your rotations, keep trying new things, different areas, until you figure it out. Sometimes you get lucky, and sometimes your process just works. I'm gonna start moving a little bit more, trying to cover some water. I caught all those pretty much off the same stretch. There's a lot of water in here to cover, and I got some key stretches that I haven't hit yet. And the wind is blowing.
Tommy, in the Bassmaster pictures where anglers were guessing what bait would win the Classic, I didn't see any 3/8 ounce pink bladed jigs. I didn't see one of them. Just so you know, guys, I didn't see one ever, to be honest with you.
That looked like something you might see in a bottle of formaldehyde at a marine science facility.
Give me a break, Tommy.
No, come on. Yeah, that was
but
an odd-looking
how
bait.
cool though, Z, in the scope, for lack of a better term, of the fishing industry right now, if a bladed jig won the Bassmaster Classic in 2025.
It is spring.
But
spring has sprung. Uh-oh.
That's a big one, dude. That's a giant. That's a giant. That's a
Saldane.
freaking giant, dude. Stay on there. Stay on there, big girl. Stay on there, big girl. That's a freaking giant. Oh, no, no, no. Come here. Yeah! Absolutely smoked that thing. Keeping it dangerous, he said. Had to keep going. Absolutely smoked that thing. Water got dirty in here. This is an awesome swim bait spot, but the water's way too dirty. Yes! Yes! That's a classic big one right there. Woo! That's awesome, dude. Thank you. Woo! What's up, Squirt? See ya. It's a nice one. 5-pounder.
Mm-hmm. Or not.
Maybe a 5-pound cull.
Thing didn't even hit the bottom, dude. Oh.
Wow. Well, we talked about it this morning, Tommy, Peter, that it was going to be quality over quantity, and that was not the case for the first 3 hours.
No, not at all.
Listen, man, Ray Roberts has shown up in the last 3 hours. Awesome fish catches.
Started 18th place when we came to him just moments ago. Chris Zaldane puts this big one in the boat. Yeah, fucking pounder, maybe more than that. Got him all the way up to 12th. That was a big move right there. Time to make more moves if you think about it. There are ways to go on this afternoon on Lake Ray Roberts. So two of our Texas hopefuls doing very, very well during the past 40 minutes, 1 hour.
Almost like when I started chirping on both of them, on Zaldane and especially Livesey, absolutely shredding me about 40 minutes later.
But we like to see that happen.
And both are due back in the second flight at 4 o'clock.
Okay.
Both due back at 4, 2 more hours.
Trey McKinney on top, 26 pounds. Easton Fothergill right behind. Lee Livesey now moved up into 3rd place. Wes Logan in 4th, Kyoya Fujita in 5th. We got plenty more to come. Lots more time for more big fish. Be right back. Our coverage continues. 55th edition of the World Championship of Bass Fishing. This is Chris Zaldane at the 2025 Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic. Just a few moments ago, he'd done well enough to hang in the top 20 throughout today, but that's not good enough for him. He had to have something bigger. He delivers right here.
It's like he knocked him out on that hook set. It came in like a kite just rolling.
That'll get him fired up. One of our Texas hopefuls who has improved his standings here. The first one we ran into was Lee Livesey about 40 minutes ago, catching a giant, and we find out that that's one of about 4 he had back-to-back in order to completely turn his day around.
Exactly right. Started to get the feed of all of those fish catches. Big flurry for Lee Livesey. Called that a 5-pounder? No, it was a 6-12.
I find it amazing to be talking about Lee Livesey and saying that, you know, he's got this one fish, it's this home lake, he's feeling kind of down, and all of a sudden that happens, and it's what we talk about every time, that it's just a matter of moments to get right back to the top. It's just seconds, it's minutes, and, you know, he stuck it out and he did it.
And really looking at that top 10, here's the cool thing going in to Saturday here at this Bassmaster Classic. You have some of the best sonar forward-facing fishermen on the Bassmaster Elite Series and some of the best natural traditional fishermen. We've really opened this entire tournament up today, hoping we were going to see diversity. Looking at that drone shot right there, that is exactly what we will see. Look, there will be something for everyone going into Saturday.
Just what we were hoping for.
Yes.
It has come to pass on this day, and we're pretty happy about it. It's going to be a fun 3 days. A fast-moving 3 days, though, but there's still some fishing time. Our live coverage lasts for about 25 more minutes, but the anglers will fish on
the same tree twice.
Some
as
big
much as another
important
hour.
fish being caught. Brian Schmidt with a 6-pounder from 40s into the 20s.
Wow.
On 3 fish.
Give me a nibble.
And Carl Jacobson filled his limit with 2 fish, 5-0 and a 4-8 in the last 45 minutes or so. He's up to 9th place.
Hey,
Australian.
I really do. I've come to the terms with it. I just hate it. I mean, look at it. It's miserable. Makes my lips get chapped. Now, a good breeze is nice. But that, no. We took fishing wind-blown points to another level. I legit thought about buying an anchor. An anchor and or a rope to go around like the trees. I was gonna hook it to my back cleat and then hook it around my power pole or something where I could still like scope in the wind. But I figured that was kind of silly, but I guarantee it would have worked. If the waves didn't sink us. I'd have to have you with a knife. Be like, dude, when it gets bad, cut it. Cut it. Oh gosh, there's more rocks out there.
Miss for Livesey right there.
Kind of muddy right here, so I don't think I'm getting bit.
It's still shallow? What is going on?
Make a few more casts, I'm gonna move around. Probably go back and hit that stretch again in case. I don't know.
God, Lee, dude. Yeah. We are at the moment cranking and winding. We have not had any success at the moment, but I have faith. I don't know what's going on with it, but I got faith. I can't tell where the rocks are or anything, but I can see them up there. They're so shallow, so maybe that'll be good.
Did get confirmation. Trey McKinney's
Trying to get a big bite
forward-facing
now.
sonar. He said it before. It's out.
Gone.
Never even fished
Yeah,
it.
okay.
Gone.
Get it fixed.
Don't even know what it is. Let's see.
Yeah, things can get beat up pretty quickly in those conditions.
Yes.
But you come across the right one, maybe trying to go back in some pockets or something, reel this thing by. I don't know why they wouldn't bite it. that noise? I'll start reeling a chatterbait or something. I'm starting to lose my slow patience. Can't tell how deep it is, so I don't really know where I'm at, but the bank is the bank.
Martin. He's off. Oh. Unfreaking believable, bro. It's a Bassmasters Classic, dude. You can't have you. I don't even understand what's going on. I don't even know what to say at this point. I'm this close to a giant bag, guys. That was a nice fish. Wasn't a monster, but it was a nice one. Golly. My timing is just off. Like, I'm not feeling the bites good. And I think part of it is the two that I've lost, I'm fishing that way. And it's just, I'm not feeling things right. I need to be up and pitching downwind. I could feel everything really good. These fish want to move with the wind. So every bite I've had, they're coming at me. I don't know, man. That's crazy. Sorry, guys. It is what it is. Oh. It's 5 bites I've had today. And that's what I needed. Lose them like that is just crazy. I mean, I had him wrapped up in the tree. Shake it off.
Well, we talked about it. Yeah, that was.
I don't think I'm saying bad words though, right? Okay. Almost did.
Dude, that is
never got
awesome.
off. I thought he just locked me up for a second.
No bad words,
I'm gonna
Scott.
go up and fish these the right way.
He's keeping it clean. He's thinking bad words, not saying.
He is
hard to tell the difference sometimes.
See, it's eerie of that BYU basketball player yelling at the fans. Keeping it clean, but getting close.
Razor's edge. Razor's edge, Tommy.
Razor's edge. Well, all roads lead to Fort Worth. Bass fishing wise anyway. They're going to be headed this way a little bit later, but there's still plenty of fishing time left. We got about 15 minutes left in our live broadcast of the fishing on the lake, but the whole experience continues here on Bassmaster.com. So stick around. We'll be right back. This is it. first of 3 big days. Still a little fishing time left on the end of this day. An hour or so, hour more for certain anglers, depending on what flight you are in out here on Lake Ray Roberts. Lake Ray Roberts is the site of the 3rd ever Classic in Texas back in 21. Now it's the 4th ever. We've learned a lot about it today. I mean, it was a completely different lake that we dealt with back in June of 21.
Exactly. About 4 or 5 feet of water less will make it even look a lot different. It's been an interesting day. This has been pre-spawn 101 throughout this entire day 1 of this Bassmaster Classic here on Ray Roberts.
30,000 acres there. And
see what they did? They flipped the map around, tried to mess us up right there.
They do that to us every now and then. I think it's just keeping us honest.
We kind of figured that that East Branch was going to get a lot of attention. It has definitely done that so far.
Here's a representation of all our fish catches today that we have seen.
These are pretty much 2+ pounders. See the West Branch?
Yeah,
right outside.
Now it looks right.
Taking a look at the dam. They got so much attention back in 2021.
Do you feel like they're getting more bites? Like they predicted 5, 6, maybe 7 bites a day, and they had to be the good ones. But these guys seem to be getting a little more than that. Fishing seems to be a little better.
It kind of goes to the haves and the have-nots. You really looked at what happened with Scott Martin right there. Man, needing to maximize, only getting 5 bites, what could be.
Yeah, and Wes Logan's gone 2 hours without a fish.
Exactly.
He got 20 pounds on 4 fish.
20 pounds on 4 fish.
Let's take a look at our leaderboard here. And, of course, Trey McKinney has been in that lead for a good long time. The majority of this day, as a matter of fact, Easton Fothergill.
I think one of the biggest surprises looking at that leaderboard, Trey McKinney, definitely by far the most bites of everybody that we've had on camera.
Oh, yeah.
Will be interesting tomorrow to look at that top 10 to see who else is getting some numbers.
Lee Livesey turning his day around. We look at John Cox, who has gone up the leaderboard. Chris Zaldane also doing a bit of a turnaround from 18th to 12th within the last 35 minutes. John Garrett was stuck on 1 fish, but it was a good one, an 8-pounder for a good bit of the day today, but he has since added some more there. He's up to 15 even. Stetson Blaylock, Robert G. Connor Jacob, one of our Bass Nation anglers, was in the lead at one point earlier today. Tyler Williams, Will Davis Jr. had the lead at one point. Jeremy Neff, Drew Cook, rounding out our top 20. Of course, only the top 25 are going to advance after tomorrow's day of fishing. So that red line there representing the critical point that you have to be at, above it. Justin Hamner right now, the man on top of the bubble there. Jeff Gustafson, Matt Airy, Scott Martin, Brian Schmidt. Got to smarten things up a little bit, either at the end of today or getting it started tomorrow. Greg Hackney, Tyler Rivette, same situation. Wesley Gore in 28th, Patrick Walters and Jacob Porosnik in our top 30. Got 56 anglers who have qualified here. Taku Ito, a good 6-pounder. About 9:30, 9:45 this morning, but it's been pretty slow otherwise for him. Dylan Akins coming out of the college ranks here. He's in at 8 pounds, 6 ounces. Brandon Lester, Jordan Lee.
Big surprise on that.
Yeah, that's a lot of people were picking him. I know he was a favorite among the fantasy players, Jordan Lee, but not a striking performance on day number 1. Let's go down. Let's get further down the leaderboard. Alex Wetherell, Chris Johnston. That's a big surprise right there. Jacob Fouts, Kyle Norsetter, Justin Atkins, Caleb Sumrall, Blake Capps, Cooper Gallant. Among those who are reporting not much action today, and Ben Milliken.
How about this, guys? 2 guys picked by more than a third of our fantasy players sitting on less than 3 pounds with an hour left in the day.
Wow.
By a 33%?
Brackets busted, guys.
Listen. Lee Livesey about an hour and 30 minutes ago was going to bust a lot of brackets.
All 3 of them,
yep,
making people cry. How about Hunter Schrock, a 5'6", gets him over 20 pounds, 20 pounds, 11 ounces, up to 4th place ahead of Wes Logan, behind Lee Livesey.
You look at Wes Logan there, sitting in 5th position, but he still has a fish to catch.
Absolutely.
So that's
huge.
He's looking dangerous.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's several guys who can make move. Brandon Lester just caught a 4-pounder. He's 33rd with 8 pounds. Now he's up to 12, and he jumps, 15 spots almost.
Well, if Trey McKinney catches a giant here without his electronics working, I'm really going to just hand it to him. He feels like he's got a chance. That much we know. He always feels that way.
We're sitting here right now. We just walked to watch the trophy walk out. And just looking at it, you get kind of that feeling. You get that little kind of rising feeling in your stomach. Like, you have a chance at that. That's something that I can say here right now is all my life I've always just wanted a chance at it. And here we are, first one at Lake Ray Roberts. And it's huge. Everybody's heard the Classic, whether you're into fishing or not. A lot of people know what the Bassmaster Classic is, and that's a special thing, and I feel like it always will be a special thing.
Well, while we're thinking about it, I want to remind you that the Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic, presented by Under Armour, is sponsored by Toyota, by Nitro Boats, by Dakota Lithium, and by Humminbird. Also a big part of the experience here is the Bassmaster Classic Outdoors Expo, presented by GSM Outdoors. And it is, I think a lot of people think it's the best outdoor show on earth. I might be one of those people. I mean, we have got every sort of category, every sort of type of new product, what's coming, what's going to be around the corner, what's going to be on offer for you.
Peter said it's his favorite part of the Classic right there.
It really is. You got the Expo. It's kind of like an ICAST mixed with a Super Bowl mixed with fishing. I mean, what more could you ask for?
It's a collab.
It is a super collab.
All right.
Tagging everybody.
Well put. Well put. Bassmaster Classic Outdoors Expo, presented by GSM Outdoors. People have really crowded into there. I think they opened at noon today. They'll open a little earlier, I think 10 a.m. The other 2 days, the next 2 days of the Classic. And of course, it's always kind of a crowded place, but a happy place. I mean, everybody's getting to see the best of the best and what's available.
You could literally rub elbows with presidents of these companies. I think Peter Miller was name dropping that he was rubbing elbows with presidents earlier.
I watched him. I saw him slinking around like a possum in there.
I was slinking, and I was not drinking, and I ran into the president of Iowa, and he said, Peter, love to see you here. This is fantastic. Love seeing you up there. I said, what?
What?
Well, somebody, they're bragging about they saw Peter Miller. I mean, that's what it's all about.
100%.
Wow, I didn't know
the
that.
great meeting place, the
I'd
great
like to hear more.
crossroads.
I'm also
Thinking around 70.
I'll take him and see what we can do.
Around 70. It might even go upper, I don't know, but I don't think he'll touch 80. I think he'll be down right at low 70s. What was that? Absolutely. We're going to try to, every day. Today I just felt like that was my stopping point. But, heck, as long as we go on in the tournament, we don't got a stopping point, We're going to try to catch it. And if I have, let's say tomorrow, I get into an area and I got my other area, I think I'm going to focus on the last day. Heck, I might burn them down, See what we can catch. And that might be 18 to what we got now,
Just seeing what he can do, Tommy.
Absolutely, we're going to.
Uh-oh.
No. He hooked up.
Yes. It's a 4-something. That's a 4-something. Oh, 6 cents flush. 4 1/4.
Those are 3 spawnies. We have got ourselves a derby.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We'll see Lee tomorrow, I'm betting. Trey McKinney, for sure. That's for sure. We started the day with uncertainty. I mean, we knew the wind was going to blow. It was going to be extremely tough. They've been through days of really, really challenging practice. But as always happens, guys figure it out. Figure out a way to get it done. That's why they're the best.
Well, cool thing looking at the fishing tomorrow, going to be obviously very, very diverse. We're going to get to see a lot of the leaders that we did not see on camera today. A lot of different techniques.
We'll see what Easton Fothergill's doing. He's sitting in second place.
That's a freaking giant, dude.
Amen.
All right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Rat boy.
That's a donk. Ray Robert.
Don't forget to join us tomorrow right here on Bassmaster.com. That's where we'll be in the morning starting at 8:15 Eastern Time. We will kick things off with our coverage then. Take it through the morning. Eastern Time here today. Start the weigh-in show on Bassmaster.com, right here on Bassmaster.com. From there, Dickies Arena. Dave Mercer in charge. We've got a great day. Thanks for being with us on Bassmaster Live today on the first of the three most important days in the world of bass fishing. The Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic presented by Under Armour.
You the man, T.
Oh, Z, you the man. All.
For me, it's my dad. I was born into a fishing family. My dad has been a diehard tournament angler, as long as I can remember, and he's always the first one there to congratulate me. And he's always the first one there to say you got to get your butt in gear. So, he's definitely my biggest motivator, and he's my biggest role model for sure. It would be a dream come true to make the final day, and hopefully we can do that again and be in contention. That's all you can ask for in this event, is be in contention, and especially being in Texas, anything can happen on that final day. So hopefully we can catch enough to make it till Sunday, and once we go then, it's game on. We'll try to make some fireworks happen.
Easton Fothergill in charge unofficially, but we think he's got a wide margin against the rest of the field right now, but it's far from over. We've got a third of the fishing left in this Bassmaster Classic. That happens tomorrow. We'll get official for today when the weigh-in begins at 4:15 p.m. Eastern Time, right here on Bassmaster.com. You can see it all right here. It's going to be a lot of fun there at Dickies Arena in the great city of Fort Worth. Coverage tomorrow starts at 8:30 a.m. Eastern Time on Bassmaster.com. Later on Fox after 3 hours in the afternoon as we had today. Appreciate you being with us. Bassmaster Live at the Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic, sponsored by Under Armour.